Okay, we are reconvening from closed session at 6:05. Everyone. Report out language for closed public, for one public employee appointment. Superintendent of Health Services, E-2223-10. In closed session, the board provided direction on the DD-22-10. And two, facilities, DD-22-7. In closed session, the board provided direction on the DD-22-7. Would you like to talk a little bit about yourself? Do you help with the right thing?
I'm Belgian and I'm from Roosevelt Elementary School. I'm the vice president and lead net player. Roosevelt is a very good school. The kids are inclusive and kind. The teachers are knowledgeable and caring. Next year, I'm looking forward to making new friends and meeting new people. And now I'm going to do that pledge of allegiance. Our nation flag, I need to give Thank you, Alan.
Normally we go by that. We will just do it. Okay.
One, two, three. Get one more. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah. Yeah, thanks, Stefan. All right. And roll call. Trustee Vaughn. Trustee Boyd.
Here.
Trustee Brown.
Here.
Is that okay? Okay. All right. All right. So, approval of the agenda. So before we make a motion to approve, I'd like to make an amendment to the agenda. I'd like to move item 17A and B ahead of 16A, and that would be so that our student teachers can prevent make their way home.
Thank you.
Second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Great. So, approval of minutes from April 11, 2023, May 9, 2023, May 16, 2023, and May 23, 2023. I'm going to take a motion to approve or amend.
Move to approve.
Yeah. Okay.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Kirsten, are there any other statements needed to be?
No, there's not.
And the EA will come around here today, so we will move on to Rachel Taylor, who is here with
Good evening, everybody. So the end of the year brings with it a lot of events and celebrations that cap off a very productive year for the principals. Open houses, the elementary concerts, end of the year assessments, and of course, coordinating the state testing has taken up the bulk of the principal's time in the last month. All our events have been well received by the community, and comments around like a feeling of getting back to normalcy are still being heard around the schools. Positivity around these events and around the schools in general not only speaks to the professionalism and care of every school's full staff, but also the leadership and focus given by the principal team. As the assessment data begins to come in and the early results look positive, it should be noted that while continuing to concentrate on community building and safety at schools, the principals have also been able to work with our teachers and support staff to maintain a high level of student achievement. It increases not only community events, but a sense of community belonging and the achievement of our students in the 2023 school year was a success for our principal team. With the year coming to a close, the attention of the principals turns to the dreams of 23-24. Principals will be spending their summer months not only closing down the schools and helping to provide whatever summer school might need and helping to oversee many construction projects at the site. It also is a busy time for the site as we start to look and prepare for the 23-24 school year. So during the summer, principals will also start to build their goals for the coming school year. This is an exciting time when the principals take stock of where their sites are, get more training, read the latest thoughts on education, review data to determine school need, and pause to dream about great experiences that we can bring to the students of Burlingame. The summer is a great time to set goals. And it's that in mind that I asked the board as they are doing the same work to think of a very important topic, and that's principal wellness. Even as the schools have had many successes, the overall health of the principal still remains a concern. Turnover of school administrative staff and other added duties have led to anxiety and uneasiness. This year, multiple physical health concerns have led to many days absent. Couple that with the general exhaustion that comes from helping to bring back a whole site, have led principals to a place where they need support. Doesn't say that everyone is unhappy in their workplace. Quite the opposite. To a person, we love what we do and we love our schools. We love to dream big, get things done, and throw our hearts and souls into our communities. We are proud to work with the Burlingame School District and are grateful for all the support we receive. The principal team is filled with happy warriors that will take on every challenge and are more of a group of problem solvers than a complainer. So even the fact that I'm standing here asking for the support seems a bit awkward, but it is necessary. I ask that principal health and both physically and mentally should be considered in the coming year. It would be a great goal for the board to look out for the people who love and are committed to their work in the schools. We've already done so much of this work that just is a natural movement towards that. So yeah, I'm a very committed team, and we will move forward, and we're meant to make sure that the dreams of the teachers, community, and the Burlingame schools are built. I only have to say, to set goals and ideas for the next year that the well-being of principals is firmly in our mind. It was a great 22-23, and we look forward to a great 23-24 and more years beyond that. Thank you.
We're ready to the statement
Thank you. It has been a busy month with spring concerts and enjoying all of the time with our music specialists and celebrating our students. It's been lovely getting to see that and enjoying the labors of our kids. I'm joking that last night I spent it with BIS and jazz band. It's great to see how far our kids come from kindergarten and teaching music and then seeing where they go. So it's a huge shout out to our specialists and everything that they do, our teachers. It was wonderful seeing open houses. I always like to see where our kindergartners come in and then where they are fifth grade and then DIS eighth grade, we welcome for classrooms. It's a very special time. Getting ready for all of our promotions, and working with the high school district and talking about where our students are going. Getting ready to close down all of our, turning over all of our transcripts from eighth grade. I was just talking to Smush about closing down our Edgenuity class when our transcripts will close for that, so they can get all of our eighth grade students' data to be able to help her place in the classrooms, so that's exciting. And then looking at all of our kids coming in, so looking at our students that have never had access to school before, and they'll be attending our set up to their class. Door programming, lots going on, lots of busy items coming in, ordering our curriculum to make sure that it's here for first day ready for next year. Lots of fun things as we look forward to next year. One of the great excitements that we had that we did prior to the pandemic was our bike rodeo. We had that this Saturday, and the state campus we were there along with some volunteers from BCE. It was exciting. It was over 50 Burlingame students. Lots of little kids and bigger kids learning bike safety. And we look forward to doing that again in the fall. There was a large conversation with some of our parents that came about how do students bike from Washington area or Henley area, what are the safe routes to school, what does that look like? And made us really think about our safe routes to school grants and how we can get that information back to our community. So we look forward to doing a lot more of that. And just interactions with parents. It was great to have those conversations again. I attended Scholars Circle with our PE education specialists on Saturday night, and that was great to be able to have that time to celebrate a lot of our teachers and have conversations with our community. I look forward to also closing out the school year like Mr. Murphy talked about and taking that time to reflect on what this year, the learning of this year, and kind of taking a breath and thinking about what the next year looks like and what we can do. So I look forward to dreaming and thinking about 3 years and 5 years and 30 years of what education's going to look like. So it's been since last month, there's been a lot that's been happening, and we have another meeting next Tuesday. We're bringing forward some big items tonight. We have students here tonight, which we're excited to hear from. So I'm not going to talk too much, but I'm not going to do that. And we also have a bigger group of EIS teachers, which is exciting to go. So thank you for the last one. I know there's been a lot of late nights from our staff and our principals. And so with that, go ahead. Thank you.
All right, so we are moving on now to statement of board members. If you want, would you like to start?
Sure. So I went to the last staff meeting and the reps were there. Seemed mostly focused on safety and health on each campus sites. And Marla let them know that we had restarted our CPT committees and bonus committees, which not everybody knew about. You know, we've been putting in all the newsletters and everything, but it's still hard to. We also talked about how so many emails from different organizations that they start deleting things and then they miss. So, you know, even though we put out word about it, we didn't know. I think most sites, but not all, have filled their site council slots the following year. So hopefully by now all of this. I was lucky enough to attend the Founders Day celebration. It was really nice. It's a little different than years past, and we're trying to figure out if we should bring back up what they used to do, after this few day. Because before they could do it at lunch. This year and so that was 10.
Just a little brief, went to the owners meeting for school here at Burlingame tonight. ELAC meeting, fearless leader Nate Wong in the back, doing all the hard work. So thank you, Nate, also know he's very popular at Washington Open House. Other than that, I just want to thank the 4 candidates for being here tonight. Thank you very much. We really realize the time commitment you've taken out of your lives to dedicate yourself to this good distance. So thank you.
Nothing for me. I'm excited to hear from the students, teachers, and candidates.
In effect of keeping it brief, I will try to be fast to your ears. Just a lot of thank yous that I want to say. All of the concerts that have been going on, just have people are really enjoying doing their children doing and instructors and teachers and students for the great concert. All of the teachers and administrators for open houses, which much like first BIF this year. Really great to see all of the hard work. I had the opportunity to go to the Kent Awards and Burlingame was honored for to award one prize for them and one the higher process that played. So 2 awards are really exciting and also great thank you to PCC. I wanted to go on this so that taking the balance. The last day of notice for the director's division. And then this large general thank you for all of the work went into studying tomato and all of the work that happened. Gorgeous little letters. And last, I wanted to say, really great a lot today, and all right, and now we're going to be consent agenda. The way to consolidate many items considered by the board to be routine business. These items often require approval and do not need discussion. All trustees have reviewed the items in advance of the board meeting. Members of the board, staff, are able to request specific items to be discussed and removed from the consent agenda based on the regulation. The superintendent and staff recommend approval of all the items. Movement of any suggested appropriate. Would anyone like to make a motion to approve the testimony to the
Move to approve.
Thank you, Brian.
I second.
We have amendments. 17. That's effectively section A, just like the university and up to its student employee. And speakers tonight and glad and maybe okay, great.
Everybody, little bit of stand. So my name is JEDI Gonzalez. I'm the student and family coordinator for the district. And so I'm introducing our all 7 student panel. They were nominated by staff. And so there's Amelia Fowler, and then this is Kyle Huntington and Camila Hassan. They're all 8th graders that have been with us a majority of their academics. So I'm just going to ask them a couple questions and then so the first question that I think kind of gave me the prompt was during the time of the
I would keep the recess to lunchtimes because I think break wise there is amount of time for us to take a break from the classes and the learning and have them free time. And, yeah. I would keep the current school schedule the same. We've been doing the classes are usually late. So they're long enough that you can learn, but not too long that you get distracted and can't listen anymore. And also the times of the passing period of those. And then, for me, but I would really say is the recess lunch schedule, like 2 classes and then break, 2 classes, lunch, and then after 2 classes to end. And I am by dividing them. And then the next complex during the time of going. I would choose like the variety of foods, so we just choose on one because, sometimes for actually start. Whatever we can serve during the snack, isn't enough of what is very lunch in the round of the class. So it's kind of hard. Also, I would add more languages to the elements because it's not. Also, choose to be a lot of class. It helps students concentrate more on tests and focus instead of being like. I think that we need to stick to one schedule for at least 5 years for you guys. It's been changing really quick. And also for the past testing, shorten that because that was really long for my student. It also increased the quality of the lunches at BIS because my friends found bugs and mold in the food. So I think that's good. Yeah. And also like adding to how like mentioned the food. I think the main food of the lunch could be like more healthier. And during class, music should be allowed because then like me and my other friends, music helps us focus during class. And teacher discipline should be one. The next question was, what is one thing we should do about? I would pursue that in class, personal comfort, for like talking to my friends. And also, I think teachers should be a little more disciplined in their lessons and like their explanations to students. Sometimes they will explain it enough and ask the friends for help, but then teachers can back it up, especially friends. I think we should keep using that so right. So we need to give us more time to write essays. What our teachers give us a couple paragraphs. And then also the teachers should know that other classes give lots of homework as well. And then for me, in class, I tend to get distracted a lot, don't know, when the teacher talks too much. So it would be better for teachers to have more available complex assignments. On a later note, what is your favorite subject? Mine is music service. I was told it, but this is really fun to use the dramatic in the whole way and what it's doing. No, my favorite subject also remains because of the other reasons and also because I've majority of my friends in that class. And what's your guys' favorite one? It is I wouldn't give it one title, but my favorite snack is a post-very strawberry pastry. And what are you guys looking forward to next year? Forward to a new school and meeting new people. This is my friends. Looking forward to biology. And since I'm living in districts, friends that I look. You guys for speaking, I know it takes a lot of courage to end up with a group of folks and be brutally honest. I think we should. Do you guys have any questions? Well, it is so great to get all that. Very really up, very fast, and we're already seeing it, I think. But I hope it- Okay, they're now moving on to section B, 6 to 8 curriculum update.
So we were asked to do a curriculum update, and we also wanted to bring new ideas for adjusting advisory to meet the needs of our students. So I have Ms. Big Ray, who's a math teacher, Ms. Tiagi, who teaches 6th grade math and science, Ms. Brown, who teaches 7th grade science, Ms. Ruby, humanities, 8th grade, and Ms. Gregorio, science 7th.
This round is just math, right?
Correct. Oh, did I not say that? I'm sorry. No, that's kind of me.
Welcome, thank you for being here tonight.
So that is the first. So I'll be speaking as part of the 6th, 7th, and 8th grade humanities. Mostly because the pros and the cons, pretty much across the board of all the grades. So things that are going really well for study. Flexibility of having offline and online materials is great. The students can access it no matter where they are. If they forget their studies being booked at school, hey, yes, have it right there online as well. The selection of the fictional short stories, poems, and novels has been great. They do offer quite a bit. Focus on developing skills such as using technical evidence to support claims and text, videos of modeling skills. Students are their own best teachers. And so we really love the fact that they actually have students following what we are doing for discussions when it comes to actually analyzing and diving into the text. And the fact that it builds from the 6th grade, 7th grade, to 8th grade really shows how we really develop to compare them. A couple things that we find to be missing within studies. The repetitive process and formats negatively impact student engagement. Mostly because, again, they are seeing it from 6th grade to 7th grade to 8th grade. There's not a whole lot of differentiation. So students that don't necessarily grasp this concept aren't going to magically grasp them because they changed grades. So we're looking for a little bit more differentiation. Currently, all grades are supplemented studies projects, and activities to enhance student interests. Short excerpts, again, they are great, but we really appreciate having long novels that we can actually teach through the guidance of studies. The excerpts are great to teach short ones, but that full length novels, it really is. Differentiate resources for English learners and special education students. Currently, all grades are providing students with teacher design scaffold and thinking and writing. The scaffold that ELA or that studies does provide could be used, but also very not necessarily student engaged. So what we're looking for is humanities support in ELA classes. We greatly benefit from having supplemental access to a reading intervention program, such as System 44 or P20. Our ELA scholars, or even some of our special scholars, really benefit the grasp and be able to obtain the knowledge that we're them out of studies. But overall, we definitely appreciated and worked really well over the last 2 years in studies. Now, on to social studies. What is going well for our impacts curriculum?
So impact, overall, all grades levels currently use the impact textbook as a point of reference and guide for topics and key events that should be covered in grade level standards. So it has been a great useful resources. So the things that aren't really going is not going to be the interactive activities built into the curriculum. Currently, all grades are supplementing impact with teacher design projects, lessons, and activities to enhance student interest. I know personally, as a project-based teacher, they've had 1 or 2 projects that I'm like, ooh, I like the concept. And then I redesigned the projects to actually fit to my students, and that's been super helpful. Student consumable materials and assessments are not aligned with the reading. So when you go do an assessment or you go get the inquiry textbook, they don't necessarily match, or the information isn't there that it should be there. And so again, teachers are having to fill in the blanks, and students are having to do extra research, which is great. It's my research, but when they're not aligned, it does make it rather frustrating, especially if a new teacher comes in and they're expected to just jump off and they want to do all these things, and then realize, oh, yeah, I have to do X, Y, and Z before that. So things that we are looking for next year is to release time and or professional development to design more comprehensive and engaging units of study that follows the topics outlined in impacts. Because again, we love the topics and they do cover a lot. Right now, we cover 98% of the book. So we get through reconstruction. The only things like 3 chapters that we don't actually cover, which is a great amount of time that we get to. But we would like to be able to have some release time to develop a little bit better, stronger critical thinking. And then release time to modify impact consumable materials and assessments in order to make them align with the readings of the textbooks. So we do want to use assessments to see how well our students are engaging in information for social studies. We would like some time to be able to develop those assessments to make them better. And that is it for humanities for 6th, 7th, and 8th grade.
I'm Katyani, and I'm in system back in science. So this is my third year here, and I'm providing some small data and stuff. And it's a good program. It has lots of innovation for the children, and kids enjoy learning science. The articles in the book, they are great. They have audio to the too, and the kids can listen to the articles while they're reading, and then even when they're reading, I can read it and it's the article that I understand. Each unit starts with a good video to put the students that the problem on that unit, and towards the end, they end with answering that question, what are the reading with the community. So they have to listen to that. So they understand reading. The during pandemic, they created Google Slides. They are great. So we can modify it based on students' need, and they provide good learning guidance for this. The problem with Amplify is it has lots of work and lingual class, but there is no other system. And all the students are mainly speaking for science. There is no support as an A or a language. So that's the problem we are facing. And also, all the teachers, particularly, believes that we need to get work with us. Because Amplify, the internet goes on and the kids cannot log, and they really teach them. And since they come from elementary school, or better work for them to see a place where they can review articles on the subject matter. So that would be a great place to be. And initially our team she had already talked to later on. And hopefully we are going to get those focus for the next school. And we are looking forward to that. So we were running low on supplies, we didn't have time to go through the inventory, and Marla, our superintendent, gave us a release, and that was awesome. We worked together as a team, and we looked through, because there were not many hands-on activities. We didn't know about extension, which was added to Amplify. So we worked together and came up with the list of consumables and non-consumables we will be needing for next year. They are going to be ordered, so we will have this sort. So that is for science.
illustrative math is a new curriculum, and we had a good year. I mean, we started like it was too much overwhelming, but we successfully finished the full year. And it's a good program. It challenges students, they are not bored, especially for the advanced students. It's challenging critical thinking and reasoning, they have to answer the question, not follow the steps and whatnot. They have to do what they have to do, so that's great. The practice problem has spiral review, so they don't forget what they learned in the question, it comes back over and over. End of the unit or end of the lesson, they have one problem which is called cool down, and they solve it. So it helps us to gauge their learning, whether they understood the topic or not. There is some lack of manipulatives in that, that's short of that. And there's a lot of preparation in those mood cards. We have to print, cut for each group or each student. That's very time consuming. And again, it's good for advanced students, but for language learners, it's heavy on language. Too much reading. And yes, there is online book, digital book in Spanish, but there is no workbook in Spanish. So if we could get some workbook for the language learners who are new to the country, that would be really great. And also for IB students. So that is a challenge we are creating with the language. And we had a PD before the school started, and after that there was no follow-up. So yes, we all come here, we are set for it, we get started, and the PD happened, some things we also cover. So if we could get PDs in between, that would be really nice. And the assessment or we have to print it, nothing is electronic. So everything printed, and the state test which the students take, that is online. So if there was both options, we could get them practice online as well. That would be very good.
I'm just gonna reiterate a few things that Mark had touched on. You see a lot of those things continue out through the 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, structured the same way, so they get the familiarity. And again, you can see that the first year I am, so congrats. But it was a little bit of a rough start. I will say that, yes, we love the increased rigor and the use of mathematical practices, aligning state standards, and we go more in depth with using those mathematical concepts, which I think is engaged in the actual material. I can't count how many times Dad asked me, are those real numbers? They really get that? Because they just feel like examples. And I just love that they I'm like, I don't know, we should look it up, see if it's real. But they are being challenged to solve these problems and really like Martin said. But again, it is a struggle for IEP students and yellow kiddos. And I think we've seen that gap increase a little bit this year. Just briefly looking at some of our past scores this year, I can see that there was a bit of a gap with English language learners and students and students who love, who thrive on our challenge. And then Maria's going to go into a little bit more of what we want to see a little bit more next.
So just to kind of like agree with both 6th and 8th grade, we had a lot of the same success stories using this program. But we're looking at like what are the next steps next year to continue this implementation of the ABA program for and the students with their main practices. So we're talking about really the benefit of having a blended learning environment here in almost every curriculum here. It seems like I was here last year, maybe the BIS, but it seems last year they chose specifically to use the concrete workbooks for math and not to buy the digital curriculum for IM. And it would be a benefit to have access to both, like what was said, if we had access to computer-based testing, just like on CAS that helps students instead of our paper-based testing. I know that Nate Wong's team is working on an assessment committee right now and trying to pick some type of assessment tool for the district. So maybe if teachers either get time or reform committees or teachers maybe compensated or a health district does it, I don't know what to do. But to be able to have time for teachers to get together and build assessments. The assessments are a little bit short, about 7 questions.
I would say to really get a good depth of what students understand, you need about 3 questions per standard to see if it was the question that was understood, was it the language that got in the way, where is the problem of learning, so that teachers can identify that and be able to reteach, and use data to drive that instruction. So I think having teachers add to those assessments that are currently kind of they're great, really in depth, but they're very rigorous, which goes along with that program. So looking at some sort of, we have a digital resource, but it's not, doesn't incorporate students to be able to work with it. So basically it's just PDFs online. So we'd really like to have like an interactive program in IM. Different platforms do have it. I don't know if that does. Currently that's like the publisher we're working with. But if we could assign it for students, so if I could assign assignments, I can provide a quicker feedback to students to help those learning outcomes instead of using class time to go over things and then waste those minutes. So just looking at next year and as we move forward with IM, what type of things could we add or change to improve the implementation? We also talk a lot about supplementary curriculum resources. So there is very limited resources for students that are English language learners and students on IEPs or 504s. It's really rigorous. And if it is a student that is someone who struggles a little more with learning, you need a lot of teacher assistance to complete those programs. And the program is really designed for teachers, for students to work together to problem solve, persevere in the problem solving. So it's not really teacher led, it's facilitated. And really for 45 minutes of class time, you can't do the class size numbers that we have. It's really hard to get to every single learner each class period. So you do see students that are struggling to fall behind. So I think if you're able to have a digital resource, we could kind of check feedback easier. We could differentiate and assign a student different assignments that might meet their needs or provide accommodations, maybe like read aloud, but usually built into that resource. So you know, if it's possible, or the supplemental resource, like the elementary has STM, which is a program that they use in conjunction with either IM or Mind to Hand or Hand to Mind, the other one. Oh, I read that stuff. I know they're using two programs. They also use STM, which is a program that provides immediate feedback and self-guided on a journey for each student based on the standards. So it's really good for students when teachers need to provide that supplementary resource. For their additional practice, you can assign usually any grade level. So a lot of kids have learning loss because of COVID. So I noticed this year, in particular, with my 7th grade, they were the COVID kids in 5th grade, which was really fraction heavy. So being able to find resources to be able to teach those prerequisites right before I mean to understand those standards for the 7th or 8th grade curriculum I was teaching. Was really important and took a lot of time for us to find those resources. It's just not equitable. If we have like some district approved supplementary resources that would be an equitable experience for all students, and you make sure that it's really not rather than like, I think this is great, someone said. So those are just a few things we talked about. And potentially with the scope and sequence that after that is talented, but that is just that for better. Oh, that's great. It's a great book. It's really engaged. It's learning high levels. I'm excited.
Okay, so I understand. Go to amplify. So oh yeah, keep going. Presentation design. There you go.
Hi, I'm Christina Maria. So I'm going to speak on behalf of 7th and 8th grade science at UNS. So for the past 7 years, we've had Amplify, and they do have some great scientific phenomena that matches well to their learning. So some things that we agreed on that we both like between the grade levels that they have is the videos show people of diverse backgrounds, so students feel like they are seen within our curriculum. We also know that it was developed by the Paul in Lawrence Hall of Science, which is local, which is Paris. The response team is actually very quick to respond with any issues or problems within Amplify as well. It is one of the 2 online curriculums currently by Ed Reports that meets the NGSS and accessibility. So check that out in Ed Reports support. We've developed our own labs in 7th grade science over the years, kind of mesh in with Amplify. So
Now I'm going to talk about the differences, so to speak. So for seventh grade, we developed our own labs. I would say through help of Cal Academy, as well as through the Explorer program, so this part of this. And the reason being is because Amplify has shorter activities that we feel like are not considered like a full-blown lab. So our students, we want them to have that full hands-on experience, as well as being able to access the curriculum in a fun and unique way. So that's what we've done at the seventh grade level. At our eighth grade level, they've expressed concern for some release time to design more comprehensive and engaging labs of study that follows the topic outlined in Amplify, so very easy topics. And then, sorry, I forgot to one other part. There's one thing also that we are already moving with Argonne for sixth grade science as well, which is that we need more materials for access for our to help our students access the curriculum that our English language learners, because currently online it only has the English version, and then like Margaret said, the glossary has maybe some varied versions, but we don't have other opportunities for them really to access it, and that's the tough part. So when we have aid or some other translator or room, and they're just simply translate from top, besides possibly bringing a student that might speak their native language, which is trying to do something to get them to do. Another thing that we would like is for us to have consumables learn at least a month in advance, so that way they're ready there. So I know he is working on that, and also others working on that as well. And we would also like the workbooks, like we heard this thing, but just for our independent study students. So when we have a student that goes on to study for a certain amount of time, a week or two, we'd like to be able to give this to them so this is they can access, because wherever they go, they might not have Wi-Fi. And then also the students that are at home to help out those students that are looking to visit with them. We currently do at seventh grade science interactive ebooks. So we have developed a lot of our own curriculum around Amplify and have really improved it, I would say, over the past 7 years. So it's a different experience at each grade level, obviously, because we have different teams that teachers are there, you know. And then finally, I would say the last thing that we have on here is for eighth grade, they would like our articles that have the ability to engage and spark imagination in the students for eighth grade. Seventh grade, our articles are right on point. We feel like within the curriculum can really mesh well with the different ways that we have to distribute psychology that we have.
That's wonderful. Thank you. Very comprehensive and the other and what's going on. Anyone have any questions?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. With respect to humanities, the cognitive and you said repetition can be a problem. Maybe not topics, but does that also, you mentioned that students get bored by it, struggle, but does that also help target those students and then ways to reach them?
To some degree, yes, it could help. But to other degrees, if they struggle with it, a lot of times students are going to just say, oh, well, I'm just not good at this, or language arts. And therefore, for some of our scholars, they do just say, I'm just not good. And they will try maybe, but not a whole lot. And so therefore, teachers would like that opportunity to be able to have a little bit more differentiation already built in, so that all of our students can be scholars from day one stepping onto this campus in sixth grade, and see that motion all the way through to graduate plus or high school. Because within that differentiation will allow for targeted practice. So if a student sees this activity of pulling out the text, but being able to actually show their strong reasoning. Right, and reasoning is going to be the hardest across the board for all writers, whether they're gen ed, ELD, or SPED. Reasoning is always the hardest piece. Why does this evidence, how does this evidence actually? So with the activities, they're great little activities, and students can find good evidence like nobody's business. You can ask any student on this campus, can you find any piece of evidence to answer this claim? They'll be able to do it. But what the activities don't allow for is actually that practice with stronger reason. Because no matter how many times you say, hey, or how and why does this evidence actually prove your claim, majority of those students now would just false. They're like, because it does. This evidence right here clearly should. I'm not seeing that forward. So we would like that opportunity to have a little bit more flexibility in those activities. Not necessarily that we won't use those activities, or not that we won't actually continue to use that repetition, but having flexibility to build it in currently with it, so it's not a supplemental for just these students, but for all students.
Thank you. And then with respect to math, I was curious, how is this curriculum going to be accelerated math for all?
So this year, we're now done with the online education, and we're rolling in fully all through 3 grades, the accelerated program. So 5th grade, and we'll do the 6th accelerated with Iron Maths, and they have their own separate book. And then 7th grade has the 7th grade accelerated, which is a separate book from the regular 6 and 7. And then the 8th graders who are in the regular CAP will take Math 8, the Iron book, Math 8. And then those who are on the accelerated pathway will use the IREF pathway.
And then last, you highlighted concern we've heard from parents about the curriculum, so we should be aware of it.
No, just the students, why they ask to explain? Because they have to write, even explain. That's the hard part. But they're like this. The problems that is the workbook. When might solve some of these problems, in the middle school, we don't have lockers, so we have these really good academic students, and scholars. Now we have notebooks, they have workbooks, they have textbooks, and that's really heavy in the spread and each day. So we would think that
Ms. Yagi, I'd like to let you know that Mr. Wong did advocate regarding the books.
thank you. And I don't know whether this is the right time to ask, in our school, like, in the middle of for the last 2 months, the teaching was done. About one group, right, the teaching for the students who are studying. So next year, can we do after first trimester? Like the first trimester gives us a good idea which students need help. And if the cheating program, if the district is doing it that would be great to start at that point. So we can help them succeed in their tests.
So I think brings us for the advisory, one of the reasons why we like to re-examine program. So I will explain. So as a teaching staff, we brought together a committee who actually re-examined program. And first, I would like to say that the teachers as a whole and our students as a whole, it's not that we don't like trophy time. It's that trophy time as well as time. So we would like to actually refine trophy time where it can be student-led activities, where they are enriching and engaging, and the activities that they find to be interesting that aren't a part of the everyday. So our current year right now, we do Monday, Wednesday, Friday is 20 minutes of advice. With Tuesdays at the 17-minute advisory, and Thursdays at the 42 minutes for trophy time. Next year, what we would like to do is modify that slightly. We would like to essentially get rid of trophy time for foreseeable future. Not that we don't want it back, but just for right now, we would like to rename it, move it back into advisory. So advisory would go Monday, Wednesday, Friday for 15 minutes. with Tuesday having no advisory time, which allows for more class time instead of a 35-minute schedule on Tuesdays, we can actually put that up. And it won't give us much more time on Wednesdays, but it does give us a little bit more time. Because as the students mentioned earlier, the class times, they're pretty good, right? They have a lot of time flexibility, but a 35-minute class time makes sense. With on Thursday, taking that advisory to 30 minutes. And this will actually allow for us to, if you go down to the next slide, bring in that flexibility for us to build it. So within trimester 1, our P2B organization. Across the board, all of our students can be a little discombobulated at times. At best, if you look at my current binders, you're going to be like, these are 8th graders, because they are in complete disarray. So what we would like to do in trimester 1 is team building, allowing our students to actually get to know each other, and them to get to know their advisory teacher. Organization is going to be our key focus, making sure that they have their planners, know how to use their planners, and are consistent with using their planners to track their work. And of course, our SEL piece, we're also looking to engage with academic supports so that we can actually look in to see, oh, this student is struggling in math. Perfect opportunity to maybe give them a tutor next year. Or here's some things that they need to make up. This is the minimum work. Oh, they just missed the test. Your teachers have the test over. You're going to sit right here and you're going to do this missing assignment while everybody else is reading, whatever missing assignments they have, things like this. And of course, goal setting. Smart goals are going to be very key, especially within starting at the 6th grade level, when you can set those smart goals and they actually extend past just making sure it's right. Well, A's are great, but they don't take you very far in life. So how do you actually build those skills in order to actually properly receive those? And of course, homework. How do we actually give that extra support and time for homework when students may not actually have all of that extra space outside of school to do all of this? Trimester 2, our theme is actually going to be taking students and turning them into scholars. Scholar for me is the word that I love to use. So scholar means that our students have actually taken on their responsibility, their own education. They come to school every day, not waiting to say, so what are we doing today? How do I do it? Will you hold my hand when I do it? They actually are saying, so I see this is the assignment and I have a great idea of how I'm going to do this assignment. And they get to it and without really any necessary teaching, but have that guidance from the teacher, because as educators, that is our jobs, guide them. We're also going to again be looking at grade checks, making sure that students are on top of their grades, making sure if they need to go to tutoring, they can. And this is actually where we're going to plan and develop total time activities starting in 8th grade. Because like I said, it's not that we don't like school. Trojan time is lost its play, because right now teachers are playing, and that's not Trojan time is like. And I know this is only my second year here, but even in my 2 years here, I know that's not how Trojan time was spent. So we're going to roll it out with 8th graders actually taking on and learning how to plan ideas and activities designed for their classes. Then we're going to use those 8th graders and teach it to 7th graders and teach it to the 6th graders in trimester 3. So again, it allows for them to take on that ownership and that ability to use. SEL will still be a massive part. Team building is still going to be a huge part of it. We're going to have opportunities for advisory versus advisory, students versus staff, and maybe in a time maybe grade versus grade. But it kind of allows for that community building and a little bit of competition. And of course, being an upstander. Because without, you can do all these things, but if students don't actually know what it is to be an upstander, know what it is to actually recognize that things are not going well. Well, we need to actually make sure that they are learning more from us. As interim superintendent said earlier, she wants our students to actually be able to learn lots of things, not just academics, and this is part of it. For trimester 3, our theme will be leadership, where our students are taking on that role of leadership and owning their education. We will roll out TT, Trojan time for 6th and 7th grader, again, ideally using 8th graders to help teach them along with the teachers. But again, it'll allow these 8th graders to really take on more leadership and ownership. SBO, still part of it, team building, still going to be a huge part of it. And of course, revisit those goals when we watch. How do we do that? The revisit of goals and reflections will also happen in trimester 2, so they can continue to see how well they are progressing with their SMART goals. and know that it becomes more of an intrinsic motivation instead of that extrinsic, oh, I just have to have this. Well, let's get that intrinsic motivation to say, I want the skill sets that will help me to produce those grades, not just the grade itself. I want the skill sets. And this will, of course, allow them to plan what comes next. For our 8th graders, what does high school do? How do they envision high school and beyond? Because in 4 years, it will be years long for them. For our 7th graders, what do they want to get out of 8th grade? For our 6th graders, how do they want to develop onto our campus and become strong leaders within our campus? And this rotation will continue again and again. So eventually, Trojan time will be back into what it is. Where students are leading it, students are engaging with it, students are actually owning their goals and their responsibilities of, I really want to learn something new today, and I'm going to take it on to learn it and help teach it to other people who may also want to learn it. Or I'm really good at this activity and I want to teach my friends or other people on campus who might also have this. So that's what we would like to actually revisit. It's not that we want to get rid of Trojan time completely, we just want to take it back to the baby stages and reset it and restart it so we can actually be very successful with our scholars on this campus.
So I think that is something that but this would happen during what would normally be starting time.
Correct.
And so you feel that everyone can just.
Yes. Yeah, so absolutely. So yeah, so what we would like to do is instead of actually having a term time, we would actually just make it as an advisory homework or whatever, even through around the time of children clubhouse, I think it's always a lot of fun. But it would be at the very beginning of the day, allow for students to actually really have that reset and that space to actually engage before all of those academics bum rushing at them.
A lot of what's happening in the field.
I'm sorry.
There is a lot of what's happening in the field, like focusing on the
Yes. And for 6th grade, we feel that we can never have too much of that learning that repetition.
Most of the time, really good scholars and students.
Sorry. Yeah, sorry, I forgot. So one of the other things that would actually work out really well with this is our special events and so not only, like I mentioned, the grade level competition, but it also allows for scholars to really showcase their because it will allow for grade levels to come and actually get a preview of their entire performances for the fall or spring play or musical, so that if they can't make it after school to these concerts, they at least can actually still take part in the community event and maybe be inspired. Oh, I don't know that. Maybe I'll sign up for that. And of course, it will also allow for assemblies to actually exist instead of finding here or there or hoping that everybody got the announcement. Assemblies could actually be that one of them. And of course, like I said, student versus game. And as far as our affinity groups, AAPI, SO, GSA, Latinx, all of those groups will also have a space and time for which they can actually incorporate and really be present on our campuses or campus to really be inside and help to show that ability to bring the next.
Thank you so much. Feedback and wonderful ideas. It was just wonderful having
Thank you so much for having me.
Okay. And now we're going to administration in part 1 and 2. Interim board meeting.
Here's the interim first comment, I would love to comment.
No, there is not.
Do we need to have a?
I was thinking we would do the interviews first, then public comment, and then board, discussion. Okay, so.
On April 18th, 2023, trustee Kendall announced her departure from the Burlingame School District trustees to do accepting a teaching position in Burlingame School District. On May 9th, 2023, the board voted to fill the vacancy by appointment. Applications were accepted from Friday, May 12th, 2023 to Friday, May 26th, 2023. And tonight, the board will interview the 4 candidates listed below. After the interviews, the board will open up for public candidates for public comment on the candidates. The board will then discuss the candidate and select one for the interim board member this evening to fill the position through the end of 2024. Tonight we have my bond hat. This is the hat I wear during all construction, and the Burlingame blue, which is my favorite color. So I have 4 names that I have put in here this evening. I will have our chief business official, Ms. Bonnevert, read them and drop them in for me, please. These are our 4 applicants. Bing. You have to remember.
Bates, Nick, Sarah, Trey.
We have three. We have 3 applicants here with us this evening and 1 on Zoom. There will be a random draw. All 4 applicants will be asked the same questions. The board will ask them in order. Each board member will ask the same question each time. Each applicant will be given 15 minutes to answer the questions. All 4 board members will take notes at the end of the time. They will fill out throughout the interview. They will be filling out completing a course rate. Each one have a packet of the course rank piece of paper. You will then get time for public comment. At the end, you will read your course rank when I ask your name. At the very end, all of your notes will be collected by me along with your course rank paperwork. I will shred personally your course rank along with all of your notes. When we are discussing the course rank in any of your notes, the 4 applicants may leave and exit. I will tell you that microphone can be heard in the lobby. So you are welcome to go outside and we'll go get you if you would like to leave when you cannot hear us, and we will find you. Or you're welcome to stay and listen. Yeah, yes. And Sarah, you are welcome to mute or do whatever you would like on Zoom too. At this time, we will go ahead and pull the 4 names and put them in order. Are there any questions from trustees? No? Okay. President, I'm going to have you pull the names. Number 1, Shreya. Number 2. Thanks. Number 3. Nick. Number 4. Sarah. Perfect. So at this time, Shreya, you would not mind, please. Mystic Jackets will start a timer that can be visible for the interviewer.
Well, just to working on that, I just want to thank everyone for being here tonight. Obviously, we had a chance to hear from many of you, the application. Very open with you, you're very
I think I'll. Really have all the year and
Okay. All right. All right, Shreya, so, the first question we have really for you is, what do you see as the basic purpose of the public school? What is the role of the non-renewable groups in the zone?
hopefully, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak. So public education should support all of our children, making a safe learning environment that is academically, socially, and culturally enriching. Academically, we need to help those who are struggling with that same kind of pride and challenge and push our kids activity. School boards should work with our teachers, administrators, and parents to ensure that the needs of the children in their spectrum are met. Socially, I do worry about the mental health of our children. COVID, along with the environment being overrun by technology and social media, needs to be acknowledged and addressed. Many of our children default to sleep when they have downtime, and I witnessed overall less engagement between our students with their peers and adults. We need to be aware of regulations and steps we can take to maintain the emotional safety of our children. Culturally, we need to continue to promote diversity, equity, and inclusion. And finally, we need to ensure that our students' learning environment is safe. Our schools and administrators should be aligned on discipline for students, for the students that violate our code of conduct. The role of the governing board is to foster collaboration and enjoy problem solving between our administrators, teachers, and parents with a singular focus on the best interest of our students. We should be able to put aside our personal interests and create a safe environment in which we all keep our minds and respect our.
What are you proud of in the systems? What would you like to accomplish as a board member? And what is your highest priority?
The biggest thing for the district from many, I would say they include a robust enthusiastic for the current community. In COVID became a fundamental to me that with oversight and leadership, the energy of our current community can organize to accomplish any task. Another strength in our district is definitely our teachers. They're very dedicated and invested in our children. Lastly, I think we already does a fantastic job of promoting diversity, equity, and inclusion, and the basis for base as well. Our base, what we already do. In regards to my priorities as a board member, I think foremost, I would like to see greater trust built between parents and the school faculty. I would like for all of us to realize on the same team with collaboration, we can achieve great things. Other priorities include augmenting our existing educational curriculum without stretching or impacting our budgets. For example, I've had parents help with science and garden. As a district, we can hold a district-wide science fair and district-wide spelling bee. Our community is filled with positions of all sorts, and we need to create a meaningful health fair. We just some of the ideas that incorporate the skill and the enthusiasm of our parent community in these type of events with a tremendous benefit for our students. A third priority is to address mental health and impact of technology. And lastly, I would like to address staff turnover and establish stability in those leaders and office resource sites.
What would you do if you believe administrators had not provided you with accurate and complete information?
Yeah, so I would first voice with concern, and I would try to understand why and what information might be lacking. I would want to be able to make an informed decision. So if appropriate, I would volunteer myself to help administrators obtain and receive information. I would be a topic for talking to experts in the community on this particular topic.
Please summarize the strengths you bring as a member of the board.
Yeah, so I'm a parent who has a background of making suggestions and implementing solutions across the spectrum of areas. I believe I have my heart in the right place and for the well-being of our students. I'm open to feedback, and my goal is always to listen and collaborate with others and navigate different opinions to find the middle ground. This last point is important to me. I've been in situations when comments and suggestions have been misconstrued. I think an effective leader needs to have the goal of maintaining a friendly and collaborative spirit, despite differing viewpoints, and make sure all of those involved feel heard. These qualities, coupled with being in a position with higher health and healthcare, are helpful. I think some specific examples to highlight my skills include the work I did during COVID. Return to classroom for our teachers was associated with fear. Instead of being a parent that merely stated, you need to return to the classroom, I made it a point to understand the root causes of their fear and educate our staff about it. Instead of a digital town hall and attended various faculty and PTA meetings to discuss COVID transmission and effective safety measures, I further addressed staff fears and tactical solutions, robust teacher and student testing, along with vaccinating our students. Another example, I have a desire to operate STEM at my community. To promote this past year, I taught both science and environmental times throughout the year in my children's classrooms. I read directly in the science fair for our 4th and 5th graders. In addition to our fair, we created a science show for the kids to watch and engage the Burlingame High School robotics team to join us and participate in our night. Finally, I helped with our PTA launch mobile STEM carts. These are a few of the projects in which I was involved with and actually the implementation ideas to the benefit of our students. I'm excited to promote these academic endeavors throughout our district.
Chair, please identify and take work together the outcome without and describe into the community and student the final law that consideration of manager personal values to become.
Yeah, so one of the recent decisions that the board supported regarding this is field trips was the previous year COVID. Not all of the nuances that led to this decision, but I know there was some opposition for certain students to be. You know, there were challenges in finding location and recruiting parent volunteers, and I assume there were multiple discussions with staff about curriculum students in this school. But in the end, I'm grateful that all parties came together, the board, the administrators, teachers, and parents to make this happen, especially post-pandemic. I chaperoned the 4th grade Oldridge field trip and saw that it could provide invaluable learnings and memories to our students. So I'm very proud that our district recognized this and ensured that our 6th grade students do not miss this opportunity.
Great. So finally, what other questions do you have for us?
I think thankfully I was able to chat with everyone individually. We were so generous to their conferences about. I think despite the challenge of getting a phone call, I feel like I was questions.
Great, thank you so much.
Great. Thank you.
Ready?
Right.
What do you see as the purpose of the public school? What is the goal of the governing board and so
So I think the purpose of public education is to provide access to all children in the community, focused on providing equitable access to knowledge. So how is education meeting them where they are, both on their learning capabilities, prepare children to be functional participants in language, and provide foundational skills necessary for young people to be successful once they become adults and join the workforce. The traditional interpretation of public education. I think the research shows that individual community stakeholders likely have different opinions on which one of those three items they feel the most. And they don't always align on the precise ways these three objectives of the society concept. Something might lean more toward job and employment, but some more toward inclusion. When it comes to governance, I feel the purpose really and responsibility is for the district to find the right balance across these vectors based on the characteristics of the community that we live in, and the society and its function. To ensure that the needs of the ultimate beneficiary, children, are met. The board and the governance administration is there to ensure that be successful for the delivery of those two pieces.
Thanks, Dan. So what are you proud of in this assistance? What would you like to accomplish as a board member? What is your highest?
Thank you. I think the thing I'm most proud of in the Burlingame School District is aligned to what I'm most proud of in Burlingame. When my wife and I first moved to Burlingame in 1999, showed the community specifically the diversity and acceptance. For us, Burlingame provided diversity of thought, diversity of economics, and diversity of backgrounds. This is a company we both cherish. We grew up in places we live, and we wanted to have this central to our lives. We felt comfortable in a community that never felt exclusionary, and had room for a wide variety of citizens. 11 years later, after working in various cities across the country and needing to raise our own children, we had an opportunity to return to California. All the cities that we had as an option for us to live in, for us, Burlingame was the first and only place in the for the same reason we chose this community with the same couple so many years prior. It was welcoming, it was diverse. It was an interesting place to live. It didn't feel exclusionary. We felt Burlingame would prove to be an accepting, inclusive, and diverse environment for our children as they started to form ideas about themselves and as they prepared for their own training. So through their education at Franklin and then this building, BIS, we came to learn that the same ideals that initially practiced community overall held true within the school district itself. We discovered community teachers, administrators, and parents that were all supportive of moving all things. It is this diversity, inclusiveness, and acceptance that I value so much about Burlingame, and it's also precisely what I'm most proud of in the school district itself. So what do I want to accomplish? What would be something that I would sort of be really proud of? I think again, as a board member, I want to play a role in helping guys support the community and quality education. I think that's first and foremost what the trustees do. Ensure that they get quality education is accepting of and acceptable to all. And that effectively prepares the children in our community to be thoughtful and accepting citizens that are well prepared to not only function, but excel in a future that will require curiosity and an ability to operate in ambiguity. Beyond ensuring successful attainment of this mission, I'd also like to personally be able to play a role in helping ensure underrepresented students with special needs receive access to quality education. A lot of my reason for coming here and sitting tonight is personally driven. I grew up with a single mom in New Jersey in the 1970s and 1980s. We didn't have much. I had an MBA and under-equipped education system while managing my business. And so like having an ability to create a digital environment that enables accessibility is critically. Trustee Brown, you asked higher. Maybe I come at this a little differently in some. I don't really see board of trustees participation in the environment for the pursuit of individual. We have a responsibility to be stewards for the interest of the community and the values. Given this, I see my highest priority is listening to the community, gather feedback, working with my fellow board members and the superintendent to ensure accessibility to guidance or resources, the superintendent to their staff, teaching teams to deliver on the state mission of programs. I think a little bit of an emotional attachment. Certainly, I have a lot of personal interest in the outcomes here. I also don't use the platform to play necessarily.
I think it's later. What would you do if you believe the administrator had not provided you with accurate and complete information for maintenance?
I wish it was something I didn't face every day. It is something my professional life that I do that quite a bit. To me, it comes down to two things. I think that many of us have a professional life that we execute against outside of the trusting responsibilities. But one would be checking any I have built a lot of teams, I work with a lot of companies. I think starting by not making assumptions that I can make a decision in my gut, despite how successful I may identify itself. I think that's really, really important. There's a lot of things that I imagine I would run into, the trustees that I am not familiar with. So operating with that position. The second thing is for being invested in time to pursue a path of inquiry, where both myself and fellow trustees can make a well-informed decision that results in the best outcome for students in the community and mitigates the risk of the district's ability to achieve its mission. How do we make sure that we don't negate financial impact, negative legal impact as we make decisions? Given the operating norms of the board, I could start by consulting superintendent and then working outwards from there. To other stakeholders within the community in a transparent and inclusive way, reach a level of understanding that enable all of us in our trustees to make an educated and informed decision.
Please summarize the strengths you would bring to the member of the board.
So I think pretty much using it tonight, and I had an opportunity I think that there's a piece that I can bring forward specifically related to my career experience. That's one. So throughout my career, kind of specializing in sort of helping lead complex organizations through periods of significant. Whether it's been building a startup or leading a turnaround in a firm, each one had a career focused directly on navigating significant organizations, both at leadership standpoint, some other sort of aspect of complex organization, multiple stakeholders. Aside from understanding the resources, strategy, and structure and organization required, I've developed a good skill set in communication, which I know when I look at the goals that the trustees have, or the board of trustees have from curriculum, instruction, finance, the fifth game communication. I have experience in how we do staff finance. Communication to me is a really key strength I have as I was operating organization. So I've developed a good skill for communication. It's often key sign factors, especially navigating change and not. By way of example, my new role that I have working in an organization, successful company, financially stable, but it's undergoing significant leadership change. See a lot of parallels to something that the district. Financially, it's navigating staff well, but it is undergoing change for the next year. And then We have the principals that will be new starting next year, staff will be new next year. In my professional role, I've spent most of the last month focused internally on helping ensure clarity of purpose and roles for key employees and staff. I've also spent an enormous amount of time extra in the ecosystem of customers and partners, helping them understand the changes they're taking and helping them build trust. And I think communication is key to establishing trust. It's key to establishing trust with parents, it's key to establishing trust with staff, it's key to establishing trust with other stakeholders that are critical for participants in the overall program. So, in the ways that I look at it, I look at the challenge I'm facing. My professional role is somewhat similar to what I see in the district. We do leadership across the district next year, Washington, PIS, superintendent, some changes in district staff, this and this. Navigating this require clear and thoughtful communication, all to ensure that we can trust the system, and that the district remains safe and supporting the effective. Navigate again these complex things in my entire work career. Yep. And I think that can bring a lot.
Identify a support decision that you felt strongly about, and describe for you around community concern, student needs, state federal law, staff consideration, and your personal value and beliefs to
Somewhat. This is also personal, a little bit of a personal. The one that I would point out is the changes to teaching staff that were on this year. My grandmother was a teacher in grade for almost 40 years. I was a teacher. My daughter's studying for the elementary education. Just the fact that we have staff and professional life, the teachers is the core of what makes sense. For us to be competitive, for us to be exceptional for teaching and instruction, we have to have really strong staff. We have to be able to pay that staff. We have to be able to compete with that. And so when I look at that, that's the issue that's saying that. Striking a balance for that, we would think it's really easy to pay your people. But again, I think of the 5 goals that the board of trustees have, and we have to constantly keep this balance with the budget we have, with the current finances we have. Do we and how much do we make an adjustment to compensation, and what does that have as a component back to construction, to the system, and our ability to sort of navigate other things that I identified that programs. So I think that finding a balance between what's legal and vital, what precedent do we set in negotiating what are the legal implications of negotiating that particular contract? But then also, what are the real trade-offs? And I think it's never really nice. Even for the decision that on the surface should be to be stand up. And I didn't say the same.
Last one, time for you, question.
With the time we have, I met with most, and again, Dr. Brown didn't have an opportunity to meet directly. But I think I extended the conversation with everybody across the board, so I think most of my questions. Thank you for the time. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. All right. What do you use the basic purpose of the public school What is the role of the governing board in the fulfillment?
I'm gonna take a little bigger angle on this. I have actually decided, I think I'm gonna pull my application for this position, and I'll tell you why. I don't think I'm the best fit for this position. And having listened to some of the other candidates and met some of them outside of this, I think that you would better be served by people like to compliment and add something to the group here. I think me and Doug West, I'm a finance guy. I was a tech sales guy. I don't know how much that would benefit the board. In talking with Florence, I know we're trying to get somebody maybe with a little more health background or psychology background. I also like just having a little more diversity on the board. You know, we have it kind of looks the same up here. So I really enjoyed meeting all of you. I hope you don't take offense to this. I'm going to waste your time. I think just sitting here and listening to everyone and seeing kind of the responsibilities you guys have, I think I would just rather defer one of the other candidates. I think it would be better served. I would just leave one thing that I did want to bring up, an important issue that I think that we all work on is nutrition. The reason I got started in this process and applied was because really I was concerned that no one was going to step forward. So I wanted to make sure there was representatives, somebody that could do it. I talked to Dan a little bit on campus, and there was some concern that maybe it would apply and there was support for this. And we talked. I said this would be something that maybe would be interested in. I do a lot of work at the school level, volunteering in classrooms, coaching sports. I feel like that's an area that I think I would enjoy being more a good role model on campus and working with students and doing things like, where I can help out, such as interviewing our incoming principal from Washington. I think those were areas that I was better served in the UD, and I would be remiss to take away from some of the candidates I think are more qualified. Yeah, thank you for your time. It was great to meet all of you. I can get to know you better on campus and stuff, and down the road maybe we'll get another opportunity. I just don't think this is right.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming in.
Yeah.
Like to see you love to interview with pressure.
Yeah, no, I think it's a good time. I think the nutrition thing, again, I just, if I'm, this area that I was very concerned about because I work school lunches at Washington on Wednesday with Dan generally, and I see the amount of food that's tossed away every day. None of the kids, I mean, I don't know what the data is, but it seems like 70 or 80% throw away everything they get at hot lunch. The food comes out sloppy, cold, mushed together, it's not presentable. And I think one area is not so much to change the food program, but just look at different alternatives like that, foods that don't spoil as well, or foods that sit better, sandwiches, fruits, stuff that just makes more sense for kids to eat and like. I understand that there's a big push to eat like whole grains and vegetables all day. That's not a realistic push. I'd rather my child eat something, has food in their belly, whether it's chocolate or sugar or anything, than nothing else. And I think that it's a big problem that kids go through school, they get food in their belly, they eat nothing but crap, and it reflects in their learning, and the teachers have problems with it. So that was one area I was very interested in discussing with you guys for long.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
And I suppose totally appreciate that you're calling your name, but you are obviously a super volunteer, so I hope that you will continue to remain involved in this. So such a huge need for volunteers all over, and then obviously I think qualified volunteers are passionate. Carla just mentioned the wellness committee would be a great avenue for you.
Sure. I'm open to any suggestions. So if you have anything, certainly have a call or whatever.
My position will be continuing to board, which will create another opening on the board. So stay involved and maybe we'll see you back in the.
Yeah, great. Thank you so much, and I appreciate all your service. Thank you for everything you do, having 2 kids in the district. So appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you for your answers, of course.
Nice to meet you, Devin. I don't know if we met him next. Amanda, and thank you for the emails. Well, thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Okay, and we have our fourth or third candidate is coming in from London.
Can you hear me okay?
So she will be zooming in this evening. 3 in the morning. Sarah, are you able to hear us?
Yes, yeah, I can.
Okay, and then maybe say something about.
Sarah, can you say something to us?
Yes, yeah. Can you hear me?
We're unable to hear you.
Okay.
There
Jahan,
you are.
they're on. Oh,
We can hear
is that better?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. Okay. Sorry about that.
So I can make her bigger, but then I can't put the timer.
Let's do that, and then would you just be able to hold us accountable for the 15?
Yeah.
Can I just say I was having trouble hearing some of you down the table, maybe starting at Lisa. So if I am answering the wrong question or
Yeah,
not
yeah,
hearing
yeah.
it correctly, please just let me know.
Sarah?
Yeah.
You can't hear you.
You can't hear me still. Is that better? No, Jahan, they can't hear me at all.
It's in and out. It's choppy.
It's in and out. It's choppy. Maybe can we just take off the AirPods?
I can put her on a cell on the speaker. Would be the next option.
Is this better? Anything?
We try that? Sure. Sarah, do you mind calling my cell phone and we'll try it on speaker?
Sure, no problem. This one will die. Let me plug in this, and then I will call from. Okay. Let me call next and see if that works.
They're saying she's loud and clear on YouTube. They're able to hear her on YouTube.
Oh, they can hear her on YouTube.
So it's our connection.
It sounds that way.
If you want to try and call, we can mic it.
On the phone.
Yeah, we could just mic it, run it through the system. Turn the game down.
Sarah, just give us a minute. We're trying to work out how to get a microphone connected up with Kirsten's phone and, well, trying to.
President Lund, can I suggest, when we do get this going down, we offer more than 15 minutes if we can sort of.
Can you call my cell, Sarah? And we can try that.
Yes, I'm dialing now. Or do you have your phone? Can I use yours? Do you have Yeah, I don't think they can hear me.
It'll be feedback. We can't go live and have it. I'm not receiving a call from you. And when I tried yours a few minutes ago, I went to voicemail. Your default speaker. Can you try talking again for me?
Yeah, does that work?
Do you need your headphones?
No, it should be able. I can hear you.
Keep talking for me for just a moment.
Okay, yeah, no problem. I can hear you, so I'm not sure where the disconnect is.
We can hear you now. A message popped up that the speaker changed. I don't know why
Okay.
this is, but now we can hear you.
Okay, I'll take it. Good. Okay.
I know that was stressful, just reset, we're all good, we're so happy you're here this evening, and we're still at technical difficulties. They were. Is that?
Sarah,
Yep.
what we're thinking is because we're having some sound issues is you have the question in front of you. Maybe if you want to read the question and then share your answer with us, that might help eliminate some of the feedback.
No problem. No problem. Okay. Just shall I start?
Just to let you know, I'll have a timer going, so I'll give you some hand signals or a verbal of how much time, since I can't put it up on the screen, okay?
Okay. No problem.
Trustees, I muted your microphones since I think we're having some feedback between the device and the system, so I think you can interact, but I think you did to the minutes.
Okay. Oh, all right, we're all good, Sarah.
Okay, thank you. And I apologize for being on Zoom. I would much rather be there in person, obviously.
We understand.
Okay, I will start. The first question is, what do I see as the basic purpose of public schools, and what is the role of the governing board in the fulfillment of that purpose? You know, I would echo some of the earlier candidates. The basic purpose is education, but, you know, in the tall order that we have, the goal of public schools really isn't it what it is in the mission statement, which is to build resilient, curious, compassionate problem solvers, and to prepare this upcoming generation to interact with the world in a really meaningful way. And to do that when the world is changing ever so fast, right? It's an incredible, I think, task for public schools. The role of the board in particular, I think, is to give a voice to the community in the approval and in the oversight of the implementation of that mission. That, you know, sort of very technically speaking, means approving the curriculum, making sure it's well-rounded, helping to maintain financial stability in terms of sources and uses of revenue, making sure that our facilities are effective, you know, and well used effectively, you know, putting out, but also making sure that it's being properly utilized. And then in the end, being a communication conduit between the various constituencies. And I think we can say all of those things, but in the end, just watching the interaction of the board in the little time that I have done that, it really seems to me this is a place for conversation, where everyone can come to learn about what the public schools are doing and how they can engage with their community. And I think that sort of as a civic organization is such a pillar, and maybe, you know, doesn't fit the technical mold of whatever the vision is, but isn't it that, I think, is sort of my point. I realize that I need to move on to my own question. So I will do that. Okay. What are you proud of in this district? What would you like to accomplish as a board member, and what is your highest priority? I'm incredibly proud of this district. I grew up in this district. I went to Burlingame. I went to McKinley, and then I went to BIS, and then we moved into a different school district after that. I'm so proud of the education that I received. My parents are immigrants. I am a first generation everything, first generation to, you know, graduate high school, first generation to go to college. And I very, very firmly believe that my trajectory was different than it could have been because of the Burlingame school system and what we're able to deliver as a community. So I'm incredibly proud of that. And when we had the chance to move back to California, my husband and I, you know, I said, let's go to Burlingame. You know, our son will be good here. This is a good place. And so to now be here and have this opportunity to even have this conversation is, I think, really stellar. And I really take that very seriously. My goal and priority as a board member, really is to be in service. Am I okay? Is really to be in service. I think, right, this is the call of the job, so to speak, right? Is to listen and hopefully to be an asset to the other members of the board, to the board as a body, and to the community. I think if I'm doing that well, yeah, that is the fulfillment. I think it is not pushing an individual agenda. It is actually listening and trying to give voice, and to do your job well and to do it in an educated, informed fashion. What would I do if I believed an administrator had not provided me with accurate and complete information for making a decision? I think that it's a conversation, right? And ideally, this is all happening before a board meeting. The idea being, right, it can come from anywhere. Not accurate or incomplete information can be, somebody assuming knowledge that I maybe don't have, or me assuming knowledge on the other side, or, a crossing of wires somewhere. I think what I take out of this question, though, really for me is ideally, this is all happening up front, right? It is the job of the board member to read the materials ahead of time, to ask questions, to learn. If it means call Marla like 6 times, maybe that's the answer. But the idea, I think, being that it is also incumbent upon board members, potential board members, to do the due diligence, and to hopefully get that right ahead of time so that if there is an issue, it can be solved before. And I recognize that's not always going to be the case, or maybe things can happen. And certainly there's a way to have that conversation and change the scenario. But I would hope that I can be doing that ahead of time.
Sarah, you have 9 minutes, just FYI.
Okay. Summarize the strengths I would bring as a member of the board. I think my principal strength kind of comes a little bit from what I've learned in my profession. I'm a lawyer. I'm going on 10 years now practicing as an executive compensation and benefits attorney, often in the context of large corporate transactions. What I think I've learned from that, and really learned, because I do think some of it is innate, but some of it is really learned. And that is just to be a really, really good listener to both sides of whatever argument there may be. And if there isn't another side, to poke holes in your own argument and see, test that limit and see really what am I concluding here, and is that reasonable? And it doesn't mean, anything in the sense of you're looking for the right and the best answer. And sometimes you're doing that with imperfect information or a risk calculus that feels really uncomfortable. And that is always, the job or situation. But in the end, it is, let's have a risk assessment and let's find a path forward. And I think my ability to see all sides of it and also to anticipate what might be is an asset. It's a stressful one, but I think that it aids in the context of, for example, this board of trustees being able to really take in the information before speaking, and really try to synthesize and make sense of what's going on so that we can sort of move forward in the best way possible. And I recognize the best way possible may come with discomfort afterwards, or, there may be questions, but there's a way forward. And I think there's a way to do that in an organized fashion. A recent board decision that I felt strongly about, and how would I balance community concerns, student needs, state and federal law, staff considerations, and my own personal value and beliefs to determine how to vote on the issue. I did look back at a lot of the board meetings, and I hope this answers the question appropriately, and certainly can tell me if not. But what I found to be really excellent and really a demonstration of sort of the high functioning capacity of this board was, for example, the rollout of the TK programs. It is right, a state mandated thing. Burlingame had been doing it for some number of years, but maybe not at all school sites. And so here you are faced with this sort of legal mandate, maybe with not all the funding one would hope for to have this level of expansion, but through a series, not one, but a series of board meetings and updates and approvals, this rollout, initiative was able to take off. And this board, I think, did that by engaging all of the different constituencies. I can look back, and I did at the meetings, where teachers are saying, here's the curriculum we're planning. It's a little bit, moving from play-based to bridging for kindergarten, but maybe the math curriculum isn't quite ready yet, or maybe we're feeling uncomfortable about it. And it's having that conversation with the teachers themselves. What is the ratio of teachers to students going to be, and how do we feel comfortable about that? Is it going to change year over year? And then looking at it from a parent's perspective. It's a new program. How are we even educating the community about this? Number one, how will parents feel about, their child is already enrolled in a 2-year preschool, and now we've got to, shift things over or give them information that may feel contradictory. All of this work that the board has done, all the way down to facility planning, at the very last stages, here are the RFPs for the architecture. What is the best, what is the best financial decision? And then also what makes the most sense for our schools in terms of actually rolling this out and making sure there's enough space for the program. It's one decision, but it's a million decisions. And it's incorporating all of these different stakeholders. And I guess what I would say to you is, I would hope that I would do it in a similar fashion, which is to gather all the information and to really methodically go through it, and where experts are needed, to engage those experts, because that's what it takes. And ultimately the board, yes, is there in its oversight and approval authority, but you need that input. And I can see that it's been given and that it's been sought. And I think that's just really excellent. I feel strange reading my own questions. What questions do I have for the board? In many ways, a myriad of questions, and I can probably pepper you with them all day in terms of learning and education. And I think that the end goal being, I'm willing to do the work to get up to speed where I need to be up to speed, but I'm also really excited, for the opportunity to do this. And I think I really can be an asset. And I'm really thankful that you are hearing me today on Zoom, despite all the technical difficulties. So I really do appreciate it.
He unmuted. We reconnected to the Apple TV, so we were unmuted.
I'm unmuted now. Okay. Sarah, thank you so much for coming. We know what time is it there?
I'm afraid to look. I think it's like a little bit past 3.
Thank you so much.
We're good. Yes, no problem.
We were able to iron out some of the technical difficulties. So now we'll start to have a conversation. In the past, when we've done this, the candidates have chosen to leave the room because it might feel a little bit more comfortable to not be around during that conversation. So I don't know how would you like to do this.
I can tune the volume down.
And maybe we could have somebody text you when we're about to announce who, name a candidate.
Sure, would that be okay?
Or if you would prefer, we can running with that and then work for that. But it's up to you.
Okay, I'm gonna turn it down.
Yeah, first you're allowed to stay on, but
Okay.
Yeah, everyone is welcome to stay. If you want to leave or have someone follow you there. You can leave by lessons, to know me.
I'll be in the background with the volume down.
Okay.
Are you gonna step up?
I have no idea how to use this.
Yeah.
And I feel like a year 2000 Florida thing. Like they're hanging chat.
If we have to again. So last, I think that we had to.
So if you want me to list 3 names vertically in order of preference. in the last
Or
column.
preference, correct.
Yeah.
No. So you go by the order of the action. So as first one wins. Second one is your first person is on top. So the person is Shreya is. And then as they.
And are we just counting Mr. Basso, or do we still need to write his name?
I think
Now?
We'll be afterwards.
Okay.
Okay, so. I'm trying to remember what we did last.
I think the first,
Did we have conversation or did we send it once or
my understanding from my talk with Doug was on subcommittees, we sent in the force rank to see where everyone stood, then we went to conversation. And there's no legally binding precedent, even if we were to pick the same person. We still have that instead of
we thought that.
yeah, and formally vote. This is not a vote, it's just to kind of see where we're going. Then we have that so we can move.
No. So. Because you just. They would be in person. We didn't receive any.
I'm going to shuffle these in a random order. First one. Universe. Next one, number 1 is base. The next one is Sarah, number 1. The next one is Sarah, number 1. Sarah is number 1.
Okay, so. We don't need, so we have 3 sets. Correct?
I just want to remind board members to turn your microphones back on online, having time here.
Okay.
Thank you. Nate will fix the feedback. Just because they got repeated.
Yeah, okay. 3 Sarahs and 1 Bay. 3 Sarahs, 1 Bay. So we do not believe, that they're on the school.
So we can have 3 on the course track that agrees, so we have one version of as one is some operation, but I think we have 3 incredibly strong candidates. And 4 on the different repairs. So any of the 3, I think would be excellent in quality and backgrounds, and the homework that they all did. And you know, in the case of the candidates that have, you know, they're a lot of the volunteer work and all the everything. So, I would really think that was kind of and that they probably created and on. I'm really really on. You know, I do really have a lot of this stuff. Really.
The idea of listening, the times to build and surrounding the past here.
Yeah, I had, you know, we really don't vote it, and now I'm happy. Yeah. It's great. I could not decide even to. I actually look at this at a different angle in the sense that with the impact of district elections, thanks to the way other people serve right now, and we don't see banks again. He very talented individual. He doesn't have the opportunity to go into schools. So the other kids in school. And I'm from the background that we have a talented individual that have the opportunity to do that. So that was the way to break that tie for me from the other people able to impact. The different pieces of ways to look at it. I was very impressed with Freya in the sense that he really had an academic education to did that mainly. It's not to polite about it. She's not going to come and send an email then to you do something. He had ideas. He's willing to actually show up and do it. Which is exactly what I think would be on for that. I would be thrilled as a member of the board. Her past work as COVID coordinator for the district was very impressive. Commitment to TPI and really spending on the academic, social, cultural understanding and balance to the student. I really think you can see the medical expertise, which is a great skill that we really love how to get a dedication to all students. I think that's something we can back up in my time at least. She was willing to say to me for the students that are succeeding away, but it their mom was going further. The value of placing safety, understanding the social media concerns, which is, well, I don't personally look at it because it's really dumb. But I'll compare well. But that was really neat perspective and understanding how that impacts education. She just did the role of the board and she wanted to build a kind of community. She's goal oriented and she really see them again how to work with administrators in a professional manner. And it was very, very impressed with that. With Banks, he, and only the reason that ultimately voted for him, but I also wanted to say, that I thought he had a very great, well-rounded experience. I love the fact that he currently doesn't have kids in the district, but he did have kids in the district. We had been able to do it. I jokingly told somebody the other day, currently my favorite trustee is the one that doesn't have kids in our district, right? So, don't know. But only because of Elizabeth, but I love his tech experience. I've heard us talk about how we can use someone with tech knowledge. And I really think that's valuable still with having incredible assets for. I had a chance to meet with community candidates in person, and he spoke about his value and access to education, going through there. And he knows how to work with people and communicate to the first group. He really, he's really focused on equity in public education, first thing for his district. And, he's stayed here for 20 years, probably understands the district better than a lot of people. He spoke about it kind of, these words, but his findings over the contract that he often has in the public institution to create citizens, to create children that go forth in the world that are culturally competent, that are good citizens, not just academic progress. He seemed to understand the role of the board, he understands organizational management and the balance of resources. I can't remember that CSBA, we went to the game afterwards. We really hit that home. And I know talking about equitable access for all students, building students more than just academics, understanding the character. We really see in our public school that our mission here is not just grades, engage, it will be. And I think he was so well for that. So very brilliant, he spoke very passionately, said about TBI program, school, but the community said how all the students here, passionate on better values and he was bringing so that's why I ultimately picked him. I have this candidate's title for the reason to bring that title. I thought there was fantastic as well. I love the fact that he's a new resident who can have the desire to help. It's also a rural resident that was here before. And they grew up or title here. National values, academic, social and local needs, to legal background aside from the bar to like have bring 2 attorneys on board to just tell you all what to do, you actually do it. That never worked out for any attorney. Only people who else. But I love how she's preparing for writing. I think she really also understands the goal for them to have experience about people. And believes in engaging all of the students gathering information. This ultimately, and I thought that the popular was fantastic as well. I actually found this in the art student that had made this board. It was internally considered. Frankly, all three of these candidates were more qualified than I was a year ago. And I got so I go around to be even having a voice who the candidates to be. But ultimately, the voters will decide next year who candidates are. Again, since it's really one, I would say that I would love to be there on this board and then to put in there next year. I think this is the only chance we have for things right now today, and that's why I put it.
And all of the variables, I think, really good. Move the candidates and do it all. How to qualify as a student member. And also, so similar to we had last time. making something one different. Still gonna have it. And, you know, I, work with other, groups that are very cognizant about the voice on boards, whether it's gender, ethnicity, background, all those things contribute to what I call the lens. You're always doing that lens, you know, your words, your present is who you are, and that's unique. And so if you, don't have to allow us to be on the board, right? So if we have people who are fundamentally highly qualified, you're basically starting with everybody there. So then you have to figure out, well, what are the things this one plans to bring to this board itself? And to me, that is sort of how to look, you know, the 30,000 sort of mile kind of view of your whole organization, the whole board. So it's not just about, you know, how many volunteer hours that are done, how many, I'm big, you know, just beyond this somewhere. There's a larger picture that I really feel is important as somewhat of an intangible, but you know, we are seen by the community, not just the people who go to our schools, but by the entire community. And even larger, given that we never got that better, that the city got for not having diversity on the city council, so they were two forced to I was making efforts to try to get more diversity on the council. We didn't get that because at the time we had this talk on the board and me on the board that actually led to us to get us to have representation on this board that in sort of this bigger picture is important. And I agree that it's important, right? I think it's important for communities to be reflecting on the board. Sympathy, and on campuses, that was on the board, you know, that's on the board. There's always sort of like intangibles that you have to appreciate. And it doesn't happen. And that I think is good. It doesn't naturally happen. You have to actually part of the motion that needs to happen. So given that everybody is very qualified to take the trustee, I now am taking into account those issues. So I really feel like Sarah is none of us can really schools. And here's the person who's talking about the contrast between the patient and that here, and you really see that. What kind of lens is that, you know, like years and years of that lens of being a student. And she can be positive. You know, I don't care about, you know, my parents were immigrants, so I'm a soldier now, and I, you know, so many factors that ripple out in a person like yourself being on the board of this, and how that can influence one of our students today, and then that student also, you know, doing something fantastic with their lives, maybe that's that inspiration. So that's really where I'm thinking about it. Here's an opportunity. Normally, this election, you don't get to do this, not a board. You know, so when you have that opportunity, you have to be thinking with the idea of what are we doing for when we talk about this.
Caitlin, how you see Sarah separately from the other communities?
Well, I've been pushing up about in terms of her background, I think her being, a student bars, I think her, appreciation of the difference in the that we saw on classmates in the BSc and what she experienced. In, you know, the daughter immigrants, so certainly invited to the school for family, invited to all of the family, there's a whole, I think, thing that I think her issue is now. Well, it's the same thing with, you know, some of the things. It's great. It doesn't mean he's the only one who thinks that, people have to say it. So, I'd say that when I see candidates who are all great, you have to start thinking about other things too, when you're building the board, but if you actually have an opportunity to feel something on your board, how would you go about that? Is that the body?
Something that I really that Sarah really. I mean, like, I really enjoyed the way that I could tell as she was speaking how effective she was. She had something that, you know, that all that. Right. People come in with that and they're not always going to be stimulated with them, actually, and she actually died, but I was she was talking into it. But that is true when she comes to, and I agree that everyone was so talented, you know, it's still in, you know, it's similar to other things. Love and I was actually look at, you know, and I hope that she can be about she I just sorry, I think that's terrible. I'm sorry. Yeah. I think we're in a situation now with three great candidates. And they all bring great qualities. And all very distinct different qualities. But I think that what Florence is saying with both Sarah and things both having discussed it, and with being a person that grew up in Burlingame and then being a child of high school. You know, which is one of the very hard. I went to be in a career and in a competition and I was together and another position I have is great.
And that's kind of that conversation that I had, it's like, we didn't get good things, you know, seems to have. So a lot of the conversations that we're having with students right now and seeing themselves reflected in our administrative teams or amongst our people that will be so I heard that because I think that Bates success around the organization and rewards and communication strength moving forward. I think Sarah and she had a lot of great components that she would bring forward. You know, I think that this two of them really nourished me in a lot of ways. You know, the comments, the conversation around if you believe administrators have not proved you provided you with accurate information, and you talk about assuming knowledge and being upfront and this her answer on that very really appreciate that. You know, I think often that is really good. It's just a great a lot of very in the place of trying seeking to understand our to the honors to understand the mind of the long run. And the biggest thing wanting to give back to the community that raise strong kids. Absolutely. And wanting to give back to the community that gave so much to them.
Since I didn't really name names in my earlier comments, so I did pick Sarah, but I do want to say that I thought Shreya's qualifications were extremely compelling, and I didn't have a chance to meet her in the community prior to this process, but just looking at what she's done at the school sites during COVID to get this the testing of the countries that we do in schools. I mean, at the time I remember those doctors or saints for collecting spit samples every week, organizing that experts. So I found all of that sort of action orientation extremely compelling, I'd say they're extremely good. For me, it was a really tough choice between Sarah and Shreya. Both have a lot of great qualities. Thanks was fantastic. I do think it takes a year to kind of get up and running. Students, they don't be slow, but not being eligible to run again is an issue. So but that's changing the next year. Focus would benefit us incredibly. So I'm sad about that, but again, we will have more openings down the road. So consider coming back to this. Come back to this.
Okay, I want to just piggyback on that, because like anybody who still listens to this meeting might actually have an interest in, you know, maybe one day becoming a trustee or just, you know, interested in us, in the position, that, so there are 3 open spots in, November of 2023. Historically, we have sort of struggled to get people to step up and become trustee. So, you know, that's a lot of open spots. And it's happening because we went to the by area voting, so some people just can't run again because there's somebody overlap their area. That's the only reason why we're going to have 3. So just, you know, please, if you're interested in this, if you're you know, a person who wasn't picked today, but you can run, like, it's run. You know, we need you, we need people who are engaged and want to actually serve and give back to the community. We definitely need you, so I just don't want discouragement from the fact that we're going to pick one person. Like, there are next year, please consider it, please aim in. It's even when it's not fun, it's interesting. It's always interesting. It's so interesting to learn how to speak from this end of it. You cannot learn this by being a parent and even being super involved with PTAs and all that stuff. You just don't get that experience, and it's very rewarding for anybody interested to use one. When you have a chance.
Trustee Wong, two things that I need to say really quickly. I would be remiss if I did not agree with you on the things that Trustee Brown said about Shreya. She took our calls at 11 o'clock at night around questions on the weekends, and it's wonderful throughout COVID to answer Ms. Takis and my questions about swabbing or anything that we had questions on to all of that. And I did want to, I asked Ms. Takis to pull this up. This is on our website. It is under, if you go to departments and then go to Board of Trustees, there is an area where you can put in your address at the top to see what area you live in. And in November of 2024, area 2, 3, and 5. What's you want? Does that mean that?
No, I think I'm in 3.
But you are not rerunning, is that what I'm hearing? Okay, so I had not published it, so I didn't read, so I'm sure for announcing. So 2, 3, and 5 will be open in November of 24, and papers will be pulled in August. Or, is that right, August?
No, I can pull earlier.
You can pull later by August.
Done.
The cutoff date is August of 2024, but the election will be in November of 2024. So area 2, 3, and 5 will be open for November of 2024. So if you are curious, you put your address in at the top, and that will tell you which area you do currently live in. Trustee Brown lives in area 1, and Trustee DeVoy lives in area 3. 4, sorry, that's right. I'm giving you the wrong area. And they are trustees through 2026. So that is on our website.
Those get redesigned in the year 2030.
Yeah, I believe it is 2:30, that 4 years after.
It's the census, I think.
Yeah, right. Yeah. That will be the next time. Is there anything formal today? Oh, are there any public comment?
They haven't come in virtually. We can ask the audience if they have any public comments.
Does anyone have anything to make up? Okay. Is there anything you want to
I don't know, I was gonna motion to make Sarah kind of
so what I would like to make a motion.
I make them.
Thank you for that. Did it work? Anyone use it? Okay, all in favor? Okay, okay. All right. And so I guess at this point, we bring it in our. Yes. Trustee Kendall, would you refer? Ex-trustee Kendall? Please freeze. What was the face on there? All right, well, welcome back, everyone.
Yes.
Just texting it out. Okay.
Sarah, if you can hear us, do you want to come back on?
Great, well, I first wanted to just thank everyone for coming tonight. We were, as I mentioned earlier, just so thoroughly impressed that the pool of candidates we had was exceptional, and we would have, everyone would have been such a great talent to the board. And as Florence was just saying, I'm not sure if you've heard, but in 2024, my seat will open, Florence's seat will open, and the position that we're voting on today, the at-large position will open. So in 2024, there will be 3 openings. And you're all so qualified, and we would love to choose all 3 of you. So I actually speak on behalf of all of us, and I say, please come back. And in the meantime, keep doing the wonderful volunteer work that you're doing. And so we did have a little discussion, and we did decide to proceed just there. It was a really difficult decision, and really appreciate that you were here to begin with that. We're all wonderful, and we will assume that we will see you in 2024.
Yeah, just real quickly, I just want to echo that. We're so pleased that with the 3 of you, and one of you with the next. And we really hope that we see you again, when the seats open up for elections. Thank you. Been through this myself. I appreciate the effort that you put into it, and the willingness to just accept. I just really hope I'm on board with you all in the year when it's open up. We're all great. Everyone, all 3 candidates were fantastic and are deserving to be here.
Thanks, I really like to know you guys just a little bit through our brief conversation. You guys were fantastic, and I hope that you find ways to volunteer because we still really need you. In some ways, you actually, before I was on the board, I did way more volunteer in actual work for the school district because you actually can't do as much as you want to. Things you want to and projects to let us know and put in your time, and we always appreciate community input and talent. And I know you had mentioned concerns about the finances and trying to get better pay for our teachers and other things like that. I really would encourage you to volunteer with PCE. They're really our main way of making money outside of what the state allocates to us. And they're always a good politics. Please reach out to PCE. They would love any advice or from them.
Thank you so much. Sarah, we'll see you on June 13th.
Thank you. I'll definitely reach out in the morning.
Okay, congratulations.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
You can actually just go to bed now.
Yeah, go back to sleep. You don't have to hang out.
Sarah, don't feel like great.
I'm gonna bring that.
Pardon?
I'm gonna bring it to you back.
Okay, so we'll wait a second.
It's gonna make that.
Yeah.
Show you around.
Testing, testing.
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 Testing. Support.
I'm gonna start. Okay, moving on to item 18A, public hearing proposed for your 24. The purpose of the agenda item is to provide an opportunity for interested constituents to provide public input about the district budget for fiscal year 24. Are there any public comments? Oh, sorry, open hearing. Open hearing at 8:48. Are there any public comments?
There are no public comments, President Mudd.
Anyone? Then I will close the public hearing at 8:48 and move on to item 18, 2023-2024 budget presentation. Okay.
We tried. We couldn't be you. Okay, perfect. First,
They did it.
presentations.
Thank you for pointing out that we needed to remind you of that. That would have been a long time for our kids and students.
Right, thank you for that. Tonight, we will present for the first time the fiscal year 24 budget. I feel like I kind of have to look this way to look at the screen. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yeah.
All right, great. Thank you. All right. Our certification of budgets, there are 3 certifications that a district can have with their budgets and their interims. The first is a positive certification saying that the district will meet its financial obligations in the current year and 2 subsequent years. A district can have a qualified budget where they may not meet their financial obligations for the current and 2 subsequent years, or a negative budget where the district will not meet their financial obligations for the current and 2 subsequent years. This year, the Burlingame School District anticipates positive certification of the budget, meaning we will meet our financial obligations for current and 2 subsequent years. May revision looked a little different this year. Generally, by the time May revision rolls around, the governor has an idea of what the tax base is going to be. This year, there was an extension of both state and federal taxes with our highest earners. And so now we estimate a nearly 20% decline on our highest income earners, so we will not know until October. State revenues have softened since the governor's budget proposal in January. And the deficit has increased from 22.5 billion to $31.5 billion. The postponement of the personal income tax and corporation tax returns until October means that an estimated $42 billion of funding is not due until this fall. Interest rate hikes, persistent inflation, bank failures, and debt ceiling fight in Washington have all had added potential risk to the May revisions projections. I would like to point out that the debt ceiling deal was brokered between the president and the House of, in the House. And it's a suspends federal government's $31.4 trillion borrowing limit through January of 2025, meaning that this will not have an impact on the July 1 budget. Due to less revenue estimated in January, the May revision reduces the Proposition 98 minimum guarantee from the governor's budget, meaning they will be hiring at borrowing at a higher rate. Sorry, I was looking to see if I need to fix my mic. I also wanted to note that the May revision is a proposal, and we will not find out until after budget adoption what the Assembly, Senate, and Governor's compromises on the budget will be. One of our main funding sources for our district is our LCFF revenue. We receive over half of our revenue through LCFF. This is just a quick slide that shows historic per pupil base amounts and the grade span adjustment. I would like to point out that the additional TK allocation is nearly the same as it is in this current year. It is only receiving slight COLA, meaning that we will maintain a 12-to-1 student to teacher ratio instead of the anticipated 1-to-10. At the January budget, we anticipated the COLA in fiscal year 24 at 8.13%. It is now up to 8.22%. Though there are concerns that there will not be enough revenue to fund the full COLA, the governor is expected to have it in his budget. Our out-year projections COLA is just under 4% in fiscal year 25 and just over 3% in fiscal year 26. CalSTRS employer rates remain flat funded for the next 3 years. Excuse me, CalSTRS. CalPER rates, we did not see the reduction from the state that we were hoping to outside of the January budget. There's still a fight for this, and we may see a reduction when the governor budget comes July 1, but we're not expecting it at this point. Our unemployment rates are finally back down to less than 1%. Over the last couple of years due to the pandemic, we saw an incline. We are not at pre-pandemic rate, which were 0.02%. Our health and welfare, we are still anticipating a 6% increase. This is something that we are really watching. We were at 8% last year. We are hoping that that was a one-time additional increase due to the pandemic. And at the last meeting that I sat in for the healthcare consortium, that is what they were saying. So more to come on that. Here are our enrollment projections for fiscal year 24, 25, and 26. And this shows our average daily attendance. This is what we actually receive our funding on, not on our enrollment. The LCAP funding uses a 3-year average. So thanks to the additional age range of transitional kindergarten, we are not declining at the rate that we thought we were going to 3 years ago. There is a slight decline over the next 3 years. For all intents and purposes, this is considered flat enrollment, which is good. A lot of districts in California are seeing severe declining enrollment right now.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
How does this compare to previous demographic studies we've done? I remember we had one commission a year ago. And I intended to go back and look, but do you have that knowledge of that? And it's
I
okay
do.
to
I
follow
haven't had it up.
later.
I can keep it now. You would
Sure.
like? Okay. Gotta get to the right page. So last year, we worked with SchoolWorks for a 10-year enrollment history and a 6-year projection. And they just had us projected for the 23-24 school year. Sorry, the picture is really small. They had us at the 23-24 school year at 3285 enrollment. So we are actually up a little bit, but what we have found is the reason why we didn't use those straight demographic projections is we did a combination of our current enrollment and those. We had some of our school sites that are well under what they projected, and other of our school sites are over. So what we are finding based off of our current enrollment is that there's been a lot of movement within the city boundaries for our families.
So you mean to say intra-district
Yes,
transfer?
yes.
Okay.
Or,
Understood.
well, no, inter-district transfer is when they live in one area, but they do the paperwork to go to a different school. What I'm saying is that we are seeing movement within our community. They are moving off. So they're,
The Great Park is becoming more populated.
yes, so the families are moving, rentals are changing, the demographics that are changing. Okay, perfect. Okay, this year, we're showing our budget slides a little different. We have included second interim of current year to show where we stood in April versus where we are going to be in fiscal year 24 and the 2 years out. Things to know of this, the first thing I'd like to point out is on fiscal year 24 on the ending fund balance, that should say down to gray at the bottom where it says 1.3 million, that actually is 1.2 million. And I will show you that on another slide. current year, our projected deficit of $1.2 million is due to a transfer out to Fund 17. So I want to highlight that if we opt at year-end closing to not make a transfer out, we will not have deficit spent in this current year. In budget year 24, we are projected to deficit spend $376,000. Leaving us with an ending fund balance of $4.9 million. One of the things to note on our ending fund balance is that this leaves our unrestricted fund balance under the 3% required by the state. We will have to transfer back in from Fund 17 or make a commitment in Fund 17 to hold those funds as part of our 3% reserves. And this is where it gets a really tricky with the 10% cap that we have due to the Prop 98 minimum guaranteed test to 1 year. 2, I'm sorry, is the fact that we cannot have above 10% reserve that are uncommitted. So what we've been doing is transferring those out at year end. But then when we need them and we have anticipated to spend down some of these reserves with our salary increases, it appears as though in our general fund that we cannot afford what we're spending. And that is due to transferring it out. Right now we're projected to take $1.3 million from our general fund, and we're going to put it into Fund 17. And then in next fiscal year, to maintain our 3% reserve, we would need to transfer $300,000 of the $1.3 million back into the general fund.
Can you speak to the $1.3 million that we're transferring to Fund 17, exactly what that, where we're putting that, how it's being allocated, because we're essentially taking some of it back next year, right?
Yes, and
where exactly does that money go?
so I'm just gonna get to the end slide real quick to show you that, and then I will go back. Okay, so in our Fund 17, what we currently hold there right now is our 7% reserve, which is through board policy. We have our strategic foundation support. This is the anticipated amount that we expect from BCE. We have a board policy that we hold the grant amount for 1 year in our Fund 17. We also have a board resolution for technology replacement, which we add to annually. We have a board resolution for curriculum adoption, which is currently growing. We already have funds in there and it's growing likely at a higher rate than we need. And then we have earmarked the $300,000 that is needed in fiscal year 24 to maintain our 3% reserve.
So, but which of those buckets is the one?
So it really, okay, so we have to.
So where is that?
So this is because the beginning balance of this assumes that we're doing next. So this is beginning balance of next year. We're making the assumption that money went in. So this is 24, 25, 23, 24, yes. So really the difference is we have a board policy that we have to maintain the 7%. We have a board policy that we have to maintain the strategic foundation support. So that leaves basically the technology replacement, which is a $50,000 contribution annually. And really the curriculum adoption does not have an annual amount aligned to it. So that's really when we're transferring the 1.3 million, 300,000 is being reserved for our unrestricted 3%. The other $1 million is really going mostly into curriculum adoption, a 50,000 increase to technology, and The strategic foundation support is at 2.6 million this year, and it's growing to 2.75 million next year.
Okay, got it.
In our multi-year projections, you can see that though we are operating at a balanced surplus, those are restricted fund ending balances. We will not maintain our unrestricted fund. This slide shows what exactly we have in our restricted fund balances. We have an estimated at budget year end of 23-24, $1.4 million in our new expanded learning opportunities program. That is because we have not budgeted for next year. There's not quite a plan in place. We will have a small balance in our educator effectiveness. These are all funds that if professional development comes along, and we decide in current year that we want to spend it, that could be updated at our income. So if interim superintendent Silversmith has a new professional development plan, we would then update that. We just do not have specific earmarks for the money at this point. We can spend it until 25-26. Our special education, we received a reimbursement that just needs to now roll into our general special education operating fund. We have a small balance for mental health and related services. The special education early intervention preschool grant, we at the end of next year will have a balance of $123,000 currently. The arts, music, and instructional materials block grant. This is another restricted resource that we are working on a plan on, and once the plan is in place, will earmark those dollars.
I asked about that one.
Yes.
At that capital advisory workshop, they said it's a small, it was a small chance that the state will actually ask for some of that money back.
So
Possibly, yeah, even though it's politically horrible if they do that, but it's possible.
Yeah.
So, what are we doing?
So that is this is only half of our allocation. We are anticipating, with the increase of COLA, that we will receive less funds. So these are funds that we already have received the cash. We have the cash in the bank, and capital advisors and school services says to budget that half. So this is only half of our allocation.
They were saying it was even like a small, tiny that they would take back what they've actually already given to. Yeah. But they said that it was very unlikely. But I mean, we just have to assume.
Yeah.
It's not.
Speaking of arts and music, one thing that you will not see in this budget is our Prop 28 funding, because there's also been a huge reduction to that. And they are just sending out estimates of what they think districts should budget at. But they are saying to update that likely at first or second interim, because the state will not allocate the funds likely until November or December. So it's going to be even later than we thought, after October. The last estimate is that our district will receive just over $400,000. So I believe it's also not this large sum of money that everybody thought it was going to be, but more information come on the Prop 28. Expanded learning opportunities grant, which used to call it ELOC before we have now ELOC. This is the last of our COVID dollars. So right now, we don't have anything specifically budgeted to them in this budget year, but the plan, like always, is as some of our unrestricted purchase orders, supply come in, if they meet the needs of this, we will use these dollars first. Our other restricted is some in and outs from our PTA donation that are site specific. that brings our restricted balance of almost $3.7 million. Okay, sure. Thank you. So this slide shows our revenues prepared, and again, we went ahead and did current year to show just where we are now versus where we are going to start next year. Our total revenue this year is anticipated to be just over $51 million. We do see a reduction in fiscal year 24 to $50.4 million. This is a decrease mostly due to other state revenue. One of the tricky things with the budget versus our interim is if we are anticipating having an ending balance at the end of this year, we know we're not going to spend all of our restricted dollars. We can't rebudget it in next year because then you would be adding it twice. You would be doubling up the revenue. So what we do is you can see what's hanging in fiscal year 23 is actually that arts and music discretionary funding because we received the dollars. We will not spend them in this year. So you see it as a reduction in next year, the dollars will actually be available in next fiscal year. Other things to note is the increase to our LCFF that is based off of the anticipated COLA in years out. And we're seeing a smaller decline due to the 3-year ADA average. What was missing from May revision over the governor's January budget is enrollment-based funding in lieu of ADA. It does not look like that is going to pass. Another interesting note is that CASBO opposed it. So at first glance, you would expect that the California Association of School Business Officials, we would want it, the easiest way to be able to get our funding would be through our enrollments. Then we're not waiting until year-end attendance season. We don't know what our LCFF funding is until August from the year prior. So I thought that that was very interesting that they actually opposed it. They made some really good arguments for the opposition and just in the amount of what it will cost the state. And right now with everything in flux at the state level, it's not something that we can actually afford. But I think it's something that we'll keep seeing over the next few years. In fiscal year 25, so we're almost back at 51 million, and we are at 51.7 million in fiscal year 26. Here are our expenditures. We use second interim as a baseline. We anticipate, or at second interim, we anticipated $52 million of spending. In fiscal year 24, we're at 50.8. Some of the increases in our expenditures include certificated salaries. We do have a few new positions in the budget that are not in current year. And the other thing to note is that all of our salaries for our open positions, our unfilled positions, are back at 100%. So we budget them like we're going to fill them. And as we get to first interim and second interim, if we have open positions, we'll continue to reduce down what we think our salaries are going to be. The hope is to, of course, fill all of those positions. That is with both classified and certificated salaries. I would also like to point out with the increase to CalPERS and our health and welfare in years out, and due to our budget constraints with trying to not deficit spend, fiscal year 24 includes a $500,000 contribution to the third account, which in current year, we have a $2 million contribution booked. And there is no contribution in fiscal year 25 to that. So I think that, yeah.
I want to make sure I understood what you said. So I had a question about the services and other expenses. I think that's what the person answered. So it was seven.
So the third is in, actually, it is in employee benefits.
Oh,
So if you look and you see that we appear to be slightly increasing on employee benefits in fiscal year 24, we're at 13.2, and then we're at 13.5, and then we're at 13.8. You can see that does not, that kind of offset the CalPERS increase. We don't have it classified, but that does not account for the 6% increase to our health and welfare. That is because we have reduced the CERT contribution.
We're holding it flat by not contributing to that.
And that is, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
That's it.
So that is something that we likely need to start. You'll want to start discussing as a board. How much do we want to contribute annually? Do we want to keep that contribution going at what expense? It is irrevocable, so that's always something to think about too.
And I do still have a question.
So, yeah, so these were our second interim projections. We did run some estimated actuals, and what we're doing at this time of year is we're going through all of our open purchase orders to see if there are things that will not make it through the end of the year. So when we're starting to close that out, we have about $1.9 million outstanding of open encumbered funds in current fiscal year. We think that we will not spend about $1 million of them now. Some of that is due to the encumbered restricted funds, like I showed on the other pages of the code that were not spent. Our operating expenditures, when we don't hire employees and we contract out, the salary, those people's salaries come out of our services and other operating expenditures. So that's another reason why you'll see throughout the year, if our certificated and classified salaries seem to be going down, we're likely paying some of that in our operating expenditures through contract. So what we do is we take all of our power, phone, all of our normal contracts, and we roll those forward, and we add the California price index to that. And then all of our one-time, if it was one-time restricted funds, and we look at some of our contracts like that. We also had an increase to, I'm pulling up the notes from I did add to that this morning, so see if I missed anything. We did have quite an increase to our legal fees this year that we're not anticipating next year too. So what we did for that was we went back for 2 years before to look at the average and then did a slight increase.
Okay, thank you. I didn't have a chance to.
Yes, no problem. I was just gonna look and see if there was anything.
Can I ask you a question about this slide?
Yes.
I was surprised the employee benefits are relatively stably declining when our CalPERS required contributions that we can't control is going up. How does that count?
That's because that in fiscal year 23, the 13.9 million has a $2 million contribution to our CERT account. So our OPEB. So actually, if you took that out, our employee benefits are actually closer to 12 million. If you took that out of the equation. Next year in fiscal year 24, we are only have a contribution of 500,000, and then it reduces to 0. So what we did was to offset the rising costs of CalPERS is to reduce our CERT contribution. Also, our STRS rates are remaining flat funded, and that's where the majority of our salaries are. Our classified salaries are 6.5 million, and so 1% increase, 1.5%, that versus going up doesn't have quite the impact as if it were served. And I did want to point out that if you see the transfers out, we do not have any anticipated transfers to Fund 17, Fund 14, or Fund 40 in our fiscal year 24, 25, and 26 projections. We are back to our all funds for fiscal year.
So transfers out or not, so from Fund 17.
So if you read, so this is taking from the general fund and moving it to other funds. We are not budgeting right now because we are anticipating that we have to withdraw from Fund 17. Doesn't make sense to put into it. It's just a big change over the last 2 years. So I just wanted to point it out. So our beginning fund balance in our general fund is estimated. And so all of our beginning balances will be updated at first interim with actuals. Right now, our beginning balances are projected. $5.3 million and an ending balance of 4.9. I just wanted to point out that the statutory reserve is $1.5 million of unrestricted funds. And we only in this account will have 1.2 million. We will need the other 300,000 to cover. We discussed the restricted. Our Fund 13, our cafeteria special reserve fund, we are anticipating once again a little bit of a surplus, and that's also due to interest. Our plan right now is to use that for equipment needs for the new kitchen and to, as we increase our food service programs, we will need to do some work to our satellite kitchen to help offer breakfast and more meals. Our deferred maintenance account, this is a flat funded account. We do not have anything in that fiscal year, any projects budgeted there yet. In August, we will bring a deferred maintenance plan to the board. Fund 17, we discussed, holds our 7% reserve, our strategic foundation support, technology replacement, curriculum adoption, and an additional general fund reserve. We are currently planning on spending our remaining $14.2 million balance of our bond funds in finishing up our comp one in this next fiscal year. Presenting tonight is KNN on the possible sale of our Series B. If that takes place, we will update the slide at the first interim. Our capital facilities is our developer fees. We do not currently have a plan for this. In past practice of this district is to transfer the balance at year end back into actually either transfer into Fund 21 to offset some of the building costs or transfer those costs out. Fund 40 continues to grow. That is we are not adding to it. It's just some interest expected for our turf replacement. We are working on updated cost analysis of that and also when they think replacement is likely. Oddly enough, our Franklin field is in worse condition than our BIS. I think off the top of your head, you might think it would be the opposite. But our BIS is actually holding really strong. It's in better condition than expected. We did have a company come out and look due to the heavy rains and storms this year. There has been a lot of dirt movement onto the field. Omar, coordinator of facilities, is working with an abatement to do clean goes built, and then we do have some seam stripping that needs to replace. And our goal is to add life by doing a deeper maintenance than in previous years. Next steps for the budget is the hope is that the state budget will be enacted on June 30th. At the local level, this budget, unless there are some modifications that the board would like to make, will come back to the June 13th meeting for approval. We will then submit the budget documents to the San Mateo County Department of Education for authorization. And we will adopt our unaudited actuals on September 12th, 2023, which will put us in a good position for our first interim with our actual beginning balances. One other thing that I wanted to quickly discuss with everyone this evening is when we put our budget into the state software, one of the things that we have to do is it's called our criteria and standards. It is on the big stacked pages, but I'm just going to kind of touch on a few areas that we either have not met or there may be concerns. The first area for fiscal year 24 budget that we did not meet or we will not meet is the LCAP revenue. What it says is projected change in LCAP revenue is within the standard for budget in 2 subsequent years. So they use the data that we use in our multi-year projection for new multi-year projections. And one of the reasons why we do not meet that is the change to the COLA. Most districts will not meet that at this time if they are LCAP funded. Other reserves is another area that we did not meet. This is the flux and the one-time funding. So each year our other revenues are changing depending on the one-time discretionary funds. That is also true for our expenditures. We have larger expenditures in the last 2 years than we did the previous year. Before that, we had expenditures down due to the pandemic. Then we received all the pandemic recovery money, so we increased our expenditures, and now we don't. Our trends don't align with past practice and past budgets. The third thing to note is that deficit spending. This says unrestricted deficit spending, if any, has not exceeded the standard for 2 or more of the last 3 fiscal years. So we did not meet this because we are projected to deficit spend in fiscal year 23. And we have now budgeted to deficit spend in fiscal year 24. The software and the state, it doesn't matter to them if it is planned deficit spending or not. That is always going to be a red flag to the state, even if your reserves between your fund 01 and your fund 17 are at 28%. But so it is something to note. If it happens for 2 years, it will also be noted on our annual audit. And then we do also have an increase to our contributions to our special programs. Our routine restricted maintenance, which is resource 8150, we have to maintain 3% of our expenditures in that account. So as our expenditures grow, so does that 3% each year. And then this also includes our contributions to special ed. And then on the last supplemental information, it is yes, no questions. And the only thing to note, what always comes up, and this will also be reported in the annual audit, is anytime that there is a change in superintendent or CBO within the last 12 months, it is a not a red flag, but it is noted. And that's common with for all districts. So Other than that, if there were any other questions or anything I didn't touch on the criteria and standards, or anything else you would like for me to speak to, or I'm happy to answer any questions.
Additional items. Thank you.
Thank you. And we had an audience because there are people asking.
That's right. Moving on to 18, measure of presentation. Thank you. Thank you so much for letting us official.
Of course, a lot of big items. Where should I go? All right, good evening, everybody. Yeah, it's been a joy to sit and listen in on some of the items tonight and the board meeting. I did not expect to be walking into, but it's good. It's or helps me learn a little bit more about what you all are focused on. And we have been working with Marla and Amanda on putting together a pretty comprehensive rating book that will tomorrow, and so just in terms of the budget presentation that you all just heard, fortunately I have 2 teams into that, so looking forward to sharing those key figures and budget outcomes tomorrow as well. I have a very short discussion tonight. I'm joined here by Erica Gonzalez from Steeple. I'll let her introduce herself.
Sure, I'll be brief again. Good evening, everybody. It's fun to be here with this all evening. As Blake mentioned, I am Steve Ballman and Director of our San Francisco office, and I head up education group. In Steeple, we've been working with the district going back to 2011 through the different bond measures. And thinking back at all the work we've done with the district, for a lot of the infrastructure qualities that come out of the district. I'm a San Mateo County resident, so I live nearby. I'm not in the district, but I do have friends and family that send their children to the Burlingame district, so it's great to be here tonight. But our role primarily as underwriter is to market the school district bonds to investors and ultimately garner the lowest cost of borrowing given the current market dynamics. We've done this for the district again going back to 2011. We move forward to continue to grow the investor base for the district in this way.
I guess to formally introduce myself instead of just say hello to you all, my name is Blake Bean with KNN for Finance, serving on the district bond financing team as the municipal advisor. In that role, we act as a fiduciary to ensure that the debt is structured to meet the taxpayer commitments that were made when the measure was passed, to ensure that the lowest cost of borrowing is secured. The highest credit rating is achieved, and the end result of the bond financing process each time the district goes to market with the next tranche of funds are done in a fiscally prudent way. Also on the bond financing team, but not here with us tonight, is DWK. They serve as bond and disclosure council, ensuring that the district's bond financing team maintains full compliance with both federal and state tax laws and within the education code parameters. And we have a short presentation that touches on an overview of the bond program as a whole, which here looks back, really going back to the early 90s, the 6 different general obligation bond measures that Burlingame voters have approved over the years. The district has done a phenomenal job in spreading these monies out to school sites throughout the district boundaries. Certainly seen here on campus at the school, beautiful school, by the way. So Measure O is the latest measure and the measure with remaining authorization that is currently funding capital facility projects. And tonight, on the agenda, the board has an item for consideration to approve the second series from the Measure O authorization for a not to exceed amount of 38 million on these projects. A brief recap on the historical assessed valuation within the district. You can see going back to the early 2000s, steady and robust growth in nearly every year with a 15-year average at nearly 5%. AV growth is an important component for general obligation bonds as it's used to project what anticipated revenue would be available to pay down the debt over time. You'll see in subsequent slides, while we do rely on historical data to help us with these projections, we tend to err on a more conservative projection in order to ensure that we're maintaining those commitments to district taxpayers that continue to show support for these measures. And then the last thing on this slide that I'll mention is the statutory bonding capacity, which for a non-unified school district in California is 1.25% of then current assessed value. You can see based on that calculation of the district's current assessed value of nearly 16 billion, that 1.25% equates to just under 200 million. We then would deduct out debt from the existing Measure O and the prior measures, leaving 42.7 million of current bonding capacity. Again, with the resolution setting a not to exceed at 38, within that bonding capacity. For Measure O, we just wanted to show the board kind of what the current plan is, both with the existing debt from Series A that's been sold, the anticipated Series B debt that will be sold with approval tonight, and then leaving capacity for the final, the anticipated third and final Series C issuance, currently planned for sometime in 2026. I think the colorful chart there at the bottom right is probably the chart's not showing, so I'm not going to point that out as the easiest way to understand how we're layering these on top of each other. I'll just explain it verbally. Not sure why it's not showing there. We have it on our screen. Oh, you can see it on the screen. So, okay, perfect. Thanks for letting me know that. So the dark blue bars represent the Series A bonds outstanding. They weren't always structured to be at that low tax rate that it is, hovering around $5 or $6 per 100,000. The first couple of years after we went up to the $20 per 100,000 that voters approved, and then in 2023, that debt dropped down with the anticipation of the next series of bonds to be sold. So we need full capacity there. And so in the green hatch bars, you'll see how we're structuring the Series B bonds is to utilize up to the full taxing capacity for Measure O up to $20 per 100,000 for roughly 3 years, and then again dropping the debt service down, leaving capacity for the third and final series of bonds to be sold. All of this is taking into consideration a very important overarching goal of again managing tax rate commitments to voters and ensuring that Burlingame School District has been able to implement the projects that voters have approved, but also in doing so maintain kind of that fiscal prudence in support of their tax dollars. A little bit deeper dive into the Series B bonds. I think the things I'll highlight here is just the fact that over those next 3 years, when we're going up to the full taxing capacity that was approved at $20, it's allowing the debt structure to amortize or pay off larger portions of the loan up front. That makes for a more cost-effective financing overall. We are assuming 3.75% annual AD growth, which is, as mentioned earlier, quite a bit lower than what the 15-year historical growth rate has been. And the bonds themselves will have a maximum term of 30 years, with an average life of 22 years. Next, I touched on kind of the exciting meeting with Moody's that we have prepared and we'll have tomorrow morning. But just for the sake of this evening, I wanted to share the district currently holds ratings from both Moody's and S&P at AA1 and AA+ respectively. That is certainly on the upper tier of their rating scale, which you can see over on the table to the right. And is for non-community funded or basic aid districts in the state of California. That is, for all intents and purposes, about as high as you see. There are a few exceptions to that rule, but usually the coveted AAA is reserved for usually districts that are not reliant upon LCAP funding, are able to maintain much larger reserves, and are not having their budgets largely dictated by the state. So we'll be meeting in person tomorrow with Moody's, and we'll be able to report back when it's all said and done. If we were able to maintain the ratings of where they are, that is certainly our expectation. We're going to save our energy and good rest tonight for a good discussion tomorrow. And then lastly, just our timeline moving forward. Should the district approve the items on the agenda tonight, to move forward with Series B issuance, the plan would be, of course, I've mentioned the rating meeting tomorrow. We would then be in position to receive the rating by roughly Thursday, June 15th. The very next day, we're planning to post the preliminary official statement, which is one of the documents that corresponds with the authorizing resolution on the agenda. It really serves as somewhat of a prospectus of the district's bond that allows investors to better understand more of the inner workings of the district's operations, tax base, the bonds themselves. Erica and her team at Steeple will utilize that document to start engaging investor interests for the sale of the bonds, which we would plan to have at the end of the month in June. So allowing that preliminary official statement to kind of be out in the market for a period of time, with the goal that on day of sale, we'll secure a good audience of investors to come to the table and submit favorable borrowing rates for the purchase of Burlingame's bonds. The transaction would be set to close after the 4th of July holiday, currently tentatively scheduled for Tuesday, July 11th, at which time proceeds would be deposited and available for projects expenditures. So that is just our short overview of Measure O, the program as a whole, the Series B issuance. And again, there's a series of documents on the agenda, and so if there's questions, whether it's on the documents related or anything like that, happy to answer.
Just, I wanted to say this, I was in a lot of people in the audience, but people to people that I really started that have questions about it, so people that really great. And bring them
Resolution 2022/23-36, authorizing the issuance of sale of general obligation bond election of series and series B in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $38 million.
Thank you, President Mudd. So, tonight we bring forward this resolution in hopes that the board will choose to pass it and we can move forward with our sale of the bond issuance.
Anyone like to make a motion to approve?
I'll move to approve, and I read the DOS, so this is good, so.
Would anyone like to second?
One second.
All in favor? Okay, and 18B.
We'll see you at 11 a.m.
18B, yeah, building one resolution. Thank you. And then we repeat this again. Please. They're here, so.
Give us this over.
I was really doing this. It's good PowerPoint and we're gonna move that up.
While that's.
So in January of 2022, we started the design process on building one schematic design. And originally, we had looked at having it be a district office and a kitchen. We had moved forward with the project in a couple different iterations, and tonight we're presenting to the board two options to make a choice from. One representing doing the electric kitchen, having a training space, and then having either a educational space or a preschool. So I'm gonna let Chad go through the presentation. I'm here to take the questions.
Just to formally introduce myself, I'm Chad County Architects. As Tim mentioned, we've been working on this program in school. The program is developed in consultation with the entire community. One of the elements of the program that's remaining will be the new central kitchen. Those of you who have the earlier design for moving to this office, we repurpose that space in this current design.
That won't work because I only have it in PDF.
Oh,
I don't have it in a PowerPoint presentation, so just let me know next slide.
yeah, go to the next slide.
Use full screen, this will work. Use full screen, it will work.
You know, I think we all know the site. It's as one approaches true scale, we're on the site now. But I want to stress the importance of the site. This is really the first aspect, I guess, that you can guess as approaching the school. Go ahead and go to the next slide. So we're maintaining essentially the original design of the central kitchen, but the area that was going to be devoted to district office and boardroom has been redesigned substantially. The area that was going to be the boardroom, let's go ahead and go to the next slide, has been redesigned somewhat. Original design has been modified to make it more suitable as a staff training space for staff development. And it still has the ability to be divided into two sides so that small groups can break out. And it also has a much reduced and more developed function space, so that when there are staff events or community events, there's actually space for the food. There are more convenient restrooms, and there's some breakout regions in the space that we redesigned. This version shows the sort of the northern half of the building reconfigured as two classrooms with the ability in the future be converted to other uses. One classroom is very conventional, like a assistant for the classroom. The other classroom could be used either for, young, say kindergarten or could be a sped, STEAM. It has, single accommodation toilet facilities, yes.
Is that wall retractable in the middle there?
No, that's not in big, the walls in the classroom. No, illumination does. And we have teaching walls similar to the other classrooms. That I don't know how the classroom since televisions. Then you go to the next slide. This just gives you kind of that dollhouse, pull the bit off, fill it in. And I know you also looked at this before, so we can go ahead and skip 2 slides. So then the upper portion of the building design will be the same, but that more than half of the building in this version is configured as early childhood. So it's conceived as a space where we would have infant toddler care in this version. The design meets state regulations. We could easily accommodate for infant toddlers. So that would be, so 2, 3, 4, well, infants, and then 3, 4 is the toddler. We've all taken our kids to childcare centers. We know what these things are like. I think this space functions pretty well. It does have some increased plumbing, which makes it different from a classroom space. We did design the 2 classrooms so that there was an idea in the future of going to this type of scheme, at least the plumbing would be there. Conversely, if the board could go this direction, we could convert this back to space. And if you click one forward, again, there's that sort of dollhouse views of and I think that really concludes the design presentation. So if you all have questions, we'd be happy to go. The most little thing like that. Little thing like that. So the because of the plumbing, it actually thank you. So because of the difference in the plumbing, classrooms would be somewhat less expensive. Maybe 3,000. But we're talking about a project right around structural costs, which of course is not the program cost of other expenses.
Yeah, with the increase in 200,000, what that did not be from bond. That 200, that's specific.
Correct, because this, if we in fact did an early childhood development, we wouldn't be servicing our students, so we can't use bond funds for that. And that was one of the reasons we studied the two, was so that we could show the delta between having a classroom and having a childcare. And if we were going to do that, we would now need to fund that additional 200,000 from other funds. And I've been assured by our CDO that those funds could be needed there.
So different unrestricted.
Yes.
We would likely use Fund 14 or Fund 25 fund.
And so we're being asked to choose.
So at this point, yes, we are looking for direction on one or the other, and either one would require us to come back in the next board meeting with an increase into the budget. Because we would need to add, to get to the 11.8, we need to add 4 million into the budget to make this happen. But that, even with that change in the board meeting, we would still be operating.
Okay. Well, I mean, this seems like more of a program question. We want to not shout it. We want to have some more classrooms. So maybe we think of the model with us.
I've actually, Amanda and I've had a lot of conversations around this, and I think that either way is a win. I think with the child care center
I think that we have a lot of opportunities to really look at career tech ed and bringing in electives with BIS and possibly looking at partnering with an outside agency to look at allowing our students exposure to possible careers around childhood support, daycare, early childhood careers. At the high school level, they do that. There's even funding and stuff that we could do, and we could look at pathways. We're going to say coming off of that. So I think there's a lot of excitement that we could look into. And pathways actually start for that in 7th grade. So I think it's an untapped area that we are currently doing at BIS. So I actually think that expands to open up a world of academics that we aren't utilizing for BIS for an educational services lens. So I actually look at it like it could be an educational pathway that we aren't even looking at yet.
But who would run it?
So I think it could be looking at educational partnerships that we might possibly it would be an extension of a contract that we already have, but we can't be, already have possibly a birth to 3 area. Correct. The win for us is that we do, in talking to our teachers that are we're losing teachers that are looking for child care. That's the area. So it'd be a great retention and recruitment area. It's what our teachers love right now is camp. They love that at their site. They love that. They love the preschool and preschools only in Washington. But birth to 3 childcare is very hard to find in San Mateo. Great childcare. So that is something that Amanda had this great idea at the beginning of the school year when she and I were driving around talking about we should get open the daycare center. So I'm looking at this site and what we have. Ed Services has the need for a large professional learning hub. So
then if we did the classrooms, how would those just be 2 more classrooms that are available, or is that?
2 more classrooms that are available that could be used when they're used, but for the most part, go unused and what to the schedule time. Correct.
I had a few questions. With respect to the difference in 200,000, let's just say the board decided to go ahead and do childcare facility, but for whatever reason it doesn't work out, what is the cost to put that childcare center back to the original?
We can hardly live off the cost, but basically we're trying to pulling out the old case where building a wall in the middle and adding an education base.
I'm sorry, my question, I didn't ask. The furniture is movable, the space can be bigger.
Yes, so if we built the daycare, it could be used as an educational space, even as built for daycare, by removing the furniture that makes it. Yes, absolutely. The toilets in the will probably be very tiny. So but there will be a standard toilet in the space as well. So chances are that cost will be replacing toilets for any long-term replacement. I mean, I've been informed that even if we don't use it as a recruiting tool or we don't supply enough babies from our staff, that there's a community-wide demand for this. That actually, I mean, Intercare representative is here, very excited that potentially have this happen, so we can offer it.
There was another question I had about what data we have to support that there is a market for this. I know we hear all the time about.
Right, so our research has been
Okay.
we have not.
It'd be great, similar to surveys we did for housing. To kind of gauge the market. I know it's an science to do that. We can't pick I don't see the 200,000 as a barrier. I'm really excited by this project. I just had a couple more questions. We would like to do here a kind of playground structure or something of that nature if we have a child care facility that age. How does that fit in? Is that included in the 200,000?
That's all.
We have room in the front. I know the locals are required. Tiny toilets, tiny slide.
Could you go back 2 slides? Actually, one more.
right there, that area shows the, area that could be developed. On that side of the ramp, on the other side. So it hurts to see at this scale. There is, the three-dimensional needs, there's a fence, you know, around that fence currently last year. And we're imagining, some sort of paved level at the level of classrooms, and then stepping down. And then some terraces in that gently, currently gently slope.
You feel there's adequate space, right? Because I agree with you, it's kind of person seeing the third one.
I measured it. And that's kind of.
And with respect to just opening, this might be more for Amanda. With respect to opening a daycare, I'm assuming that triggers other responsibilities we may have with insurance and background checks and whatnot, for having no babies, even though this will be outsourced to a contractor, we still have our own people right around the building, literally on the inside of the wall. Are we able to be in compliance with anything that may arise?
Yes, KinderCare as a whole already meets all of those requirements because they do operate at our site and even at Washington throughout the day. So it would just be part of the contract extension. We may decide of, especially with having cafeteria workers and other people around, we could offer additional annual training to our staff. You know, there are the younger base, but there is no problem. We do not need to increase our insurance or liability or anything like that.
And one more question, just for me, would there be I'll parent that didn't really preschool parents and I need that spot right in front of them?
Yes.
I gotta get work.
Yeah, there's a lot of 20 plus parking areas that it's there now that we could reconfigure. So come in, place park.
It'd be dedicated site.
They're not at the same yet, but zooming in on the infant center and looks like there is a room that isn't really allocated. I'm sure that would help with something specific, but just one thing to consider when we do the design process is potentially having some privacy or in the infant center or family for parents. I mean, this room looks like it could be used that it has windows and
I think that, having a zero to three facility on site is good.
I'm just thinking about the cost of this versus building, you know, workforce housing, this is gonna cost $750,000. I would go to the onsite. Right there, it's just,
Pretty much the housing, I think this is possible.
Yeah.
But this is something.
And in addition, we'll get a state-of-the-art electric kitchen to change the delivery of our lunch program, and a state-of-the-art professional learning center. And so it's a great project. We're really excited.
I would add to it, the facilities are all going to use, so not going to enter classrooms.
Do we know if this would have solar on the roof there?
We could design it to be solar ready or actually increase.
It's currently not priced.
any further questions?
No, not for any moment.
All right, then let's move to a vote. Would anyone like to? Yes, or do we want to?
And we have an option.
Right, okay,
I'll move to approve the design as option B to include the childcare center.
Second. All in favor? All right, moving right along to. Continuing the additional kindergarten classrooms.
And there's a PowerPoint for this as well. Lee Pollard was unable to attend and was called away, so we have Ernie Calio, so right thing. Ernie Calio, who is project architect on the project moving forward. It's been a great process. We met with the staff, and there was a parent representative, two teachers, the principal, and Dan attended a couple of those meetings where we talked about potential areas, and we've come forward to the board with a project that is within budget currently, and that solves a lot of problems. All right, and it's Ernie Scaleo and by architects. Thank you for the opportunity to talk about this project. We're really excited about it. We've had a great time getting to know the site community and understanding that the wants and needs of these new teaching classrooms. We can go to slide 2. The site design committee process consisted of 3 meetings. Each meeting had a specific goal, which included discussing project scope and program requirements, looking at potential locations for new classrooms, developing consensus around the new location, and agreement for the schematic design for your inspection. During this process, our structural engineer actually also developed a site analysis of the building, so they're using on the same building. But any major reconfiguring would require extensive upgrades. We can go to slide 3. Here. Just a quick couple of slides to show the process that we went through with the site committee. This slide shows the initial meeting that reflected comments from the first about the program and the existing buildings, and the impact we can possibly have at different locations. So as you can see, we look at multiple locations. Each location within the building required displacing existing programs and maybe not getting the classrooms the size that we wanted for district standard. Another option included in there was the and then the next slide, at our final meeting, we actually showed up a little early to the school site. We drew the footprint of the final options for the new building, which was really great. We had kids helping us. They had fun at the playground. The visual footprint, along with the minor comments on the slide, the committee decided on this design layout. And we can go to the next slide. I would like to say that we did show 3 different locations. This is the committee stuff. So the approved layout includes a new building. Sorry. Oh, I'm so excited. Okay, so it includes a new TK building on the south playground. The loss of the playground space that will be offset by removing the existing after-school program modular buildings, and that after-school program is set to go into the existing building in that pink area, which is the cafeteria and kitchen space. And when speaking with legal counsel, we're able to spend up to 10% of the project budget on a project for a third party. So to build this space out, again, we're building educational space, and should our current provider of daycare not move in there, is something we could use at the school. The school is lacking in spaces where they can meet and provide services, but that area is within our budget. We're able to do that within the bond. The next slide. So are we losing the bodies, the neighbor bodies? So that's come up in multiple questions, where we move them to, and that's undetermined, but we will move them. They serve their purpose. Yes. Yes, I think it's good. So the new building there, this is that was approved. We'll include the 2 new classrooms, the joint boardroom, student restrooms, new TK play equipment area, and equipment storage, all for the district standard. And an academic support office and staff restroom are also included. In the bottom left corner of that building, not really just
Additionally, an outdoor learning area will be accessible in the classrooms for an indoor and outdoor learning experience. And we'd like to point out that the red, green, and yellow fence that looks like rentals, it's just a representation of could the fencing be something interesting? There's some of the back was a land on, but they're asked not flat. Yeah, thank you. So we have a lot of inspirational images from the community, showing some of the existing play structures at your school sites. And then of course, like saying the fence, which would help to keep the larger students out, the younger students in that TA area. And then just a quick image to show possible ideas for shade structure that will help by shade in the TA play area. And then the next slide is just a quick rendering from the southeast corner of the site, showing the new building where the new TA play equipment will be, and a large overhang to protect the outdoor learning area. I'd like to point out that they added a Portland elephant on the side of the building because at the time I was starring as Portland elephant Susan Bowl. I think they do something like that, yes. And then lastly, the last slide includes the budget. With the new TK building, the conversion to home cafeteria and kitchen, removal of portables, and along with soft plastic design, you can see the project budget comes in at $5,852,496. So tonight, we're looking for direction and tools from the board in taking the schematic design through design development and beginning construction summer of 2024. We would then work with the site on when we could take the portables down. If they need to be using them for TK, that may be they'll have to sit for a year and then we would do the interior space before we work at the site again. And won't.
I'll just say, I think that we as both sides are very proud of what this presentation was great. Just from being on the screen, I reluctantly have to give Tim and Stu and say it was very well run. It was very, very well done. I think the design is great. I think moving the structure from El Camino to Oak Grove, from my experience out there, Tim wise enough to take the structure on the ground, you can see the impact of it. And when it was on El Camino, it really did feel like the playground. It's just the cement area. Just felt closed off. There wasn't room to play a game. And when it was moved to Oak Grove, it opened everything up. So
oh, great to say it, and it made it better for solar.
There you go.
Yeah, in the right direction.
Wonderful, thank you. Would anyone like to make a motion?
I moved to approve.
On favor? That was done.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for being here. All right, I will now open a public hearing. Tentative agreement between Burlingame School District and California School Employee Association, and it's chapter 46, the 2024 year. Looking and oh, sorry. We are past the time. Opening the hearing and any reports. Are there any public comments?
No, there are not, President Mudd.
Okay, and moving on
Tonight we bring forward the tentative agreement with CFPA and Burlingame School District. This is a full contract reopening year, so we went, item by item, in the local contract. The financial impact in fiscal year 24 is $446,000. That is included in budget and our monthly year.
Would anyone like to make a motion to approve? A second, thank you, Glenn. All in favor? Moving on to item 18, resolution 2022/2337 recognition on D-Day.
Still.
This is your
Yes,
motion?
see,
You
yeah,
don't
second.
have to, I have a copy.
I know you're the meeting specialist, but I will be able to. Thank you for that. Under the Burlingame School District Board of Education Resolution 2022-23-37, honoring D-Day, June 6. Whereas the D-Day operation of June 6, 1944, brought together the land, air, and sea forces of the Allied armies, what became known as the largest invasion of human history. And whereas more than 156,000 American, British, and Canadian troops stormed 50 miles in Normandy's fiercely defended beaches, the Northern Frigates in an operation that proved critical in the turning point of World War II. And whereas the Allied landings on the beaches of Normandy marked the start of a long and costly campaign to liberate Northwest Europe from Nazi occupation. And whereas the so-named Operation Overlord, and whereas the estimated total battle casualties for the United States were 135,000, including 29,000 killed and 106,000 wounded and missing. And whereas eventually German troops retreated after D-Day, days of the German resistance were numbered. Paris was liberated in August 1944 as the Allies pushed slowly eastward. Meanwhile, the Soviet Union was moving into German territory as well. And whereas per the Smithsonian, as of mid-May, the 3 of the war's 472 Medal of Honor women were still alive. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the Burlingame School District does hereby adopt resolution number 2023-37 in honor of June 6th.
Would anyone like to make a motion to? Resolution? I'll second, all in favor?
Aye.
Adopted this day, the printed day, by the Burlingame Schools. I'm sorry, I didn't have some place that didn't have.
So, did you need to do an introduction for Martha? I just got the end of the scene.
We are honored also tonight, trustee DuBois for these, active and inactive family members, members of our Burlingame community that have, people serving, active and inactive in, military, that we will be reading names of tonight. So,
Happy to. Larry Spring, veteran. Jason Erpola, veteran. Doug Simon, veteran. Joy E. Prater, veteran. Bud Soul, veteran. David McLean, David McLean Jr., veterans. Doug Simone, veteran. John Lloyd Porter, veteran. Tim Ryan, veteran. Bobby Green, active military service. Melissa Zinger, active military service. Gary Holm, veteran. Joseph Tarango, veteran. David Lee Prescott, veteran. Braden Wooston, currently active military service. Pascal Ignalis, veteran.
19B, public hearing, local control, accountability. For school year 24, public hearing 10:20. Are there any public comment?
No, they're not presently.
And then to move into local control from the
I do want to acknowledge that we did receive a few corrections on it, but we have passed on and we will be making those corrections this week and next Tuesday, and Tuesday when we go back.
Anyone from your advice, here to talk. This is our first draft. We have been working with these since based on feedback from the county. And I want to go through the budget overview first. So this is a breakdown of projected revenue and fund source. So you can see that the LCAP funds are 39 million. And then you can see the breakdown of all the other funds, so that makes it 70% of funding, and then 3% of that funding is restricted supplemental. The projected revenue for the district is over $50 million, of which 39 million is local control funding formula. A little over 5,000 is other state funds, 5,411, sorry, 5 million. 5 million is other state funds, 5.5 million is local funds, and 793,900 is federal funds. Of the $39 million in debt funds, 1,572,000 generated based on enrollment in students, which we could possibly enrollment students. So you can see here our total budgeted general fund expenditures at just over $50 million. And you can see the total budgeted expenditures in LCAP for 2023-2024 school year, or at just over $25 million. So the breakdown is of the $50,800,000, about $25 million is tied to actions or services in the LCAP, and about $25 million is included in the LCAP. So the budgeted expenditures that are not included in the LCAP will be used for the following. Expenditures related to lease costs, fabrications, fencing, building, and technology, oversight fees, office materials and supplies, legal and interest expense, equipment fees and rentals, banking and payroll fees, utilities, district staffing, and membership and affiliation fees. And I just want to note that only about half of our staffing is through LCAP funds, and the other portion is paid by other restricted needs. So in terms of increases for improved services, providing students for the 2023-2024 school year, the district is projecting it will receive $1,572,613 based on enrollment and cost of English learner enrollment for students. And the district in the LCAP has to describe how it intends to food services for these students in the LCAP. So we have budgeted $2,037,378 towards the needs requirement as described in the LCAP.
Okay, so this is the update on increased and improved services for high needs students, in 2022 and 23. So the total budget expenditures for these students were $1.8 million, and the actual expenditures was ended up being $1.6 million. So, so the difference between the budgeted and actual expenditures of $266,635 have the following impact on our ability to increase or improve services for high need students. Estimated actual expenditures for actions and services increased or to increase and improve services for high need students in 2022 and 2023 are lower than the total budgeted expenditures for those planned actions and services. The difference between budgeted and actual expenditures can be accounted for by fluctuations in enrollment and staffing which occur throughout the year. Any questions about the budget overview? Great. And are there any questions in general about?
And we know it's the first year.
So yeah, I can share our general information here. So as of the writing of this first read, we had 3,357 students in grades preschool to 8th grade at 7 of these schools. And we have a diverse student population reflective of the demographics of the community. The largest student groups are white students at 35.8%, Asian at 28.5%, Hispanic and Latino at 17%, and students of foreign races at 10.3%.
I feel like that data is different from what we're specifically with the Asian population. I don't have a larger population versus I'm not recognizing the 2 or more races category.
That could be a part of it, and it might have actually been a little bit since we last talked about it. I think it was in here. It might have shifted. I can look into that. You're right, it could be the 2 or more races. 11.2% are students learning English as an English language and speaking 39 languages, and 10.4 of our students are economically disadvantaged, while students with disabilities represent 2.6% of the student population. In terms of Title I funding, we do receive Title I funding, and last year that went to 2 different schools. McKinley with 16.8% of their students receiving Title I targeted services. Roosevelt with 21.9% and Washington with 17%. So those are our general demographics. That's a general demographic. Or anything specific that you want? It's a long document, so I would, if there's anything specific you want me to go further into.
I mean, we've obviously read, but I mean, I don't.
Yeah, and just really, focused on assessment. For our first 4 goals. That's been a big focus for us, especially coming out of the pandemic.
We had to add things to some of that was qualified for. Not for ATS.
Oh, so that's a very good question. So HSI, that requirement is for the 6 only. If we had been in comprehensive support to improvement, which is a district-wide thing, then we would have had to, there would have been required.
ATS to the school bank, so it brings us to the school bank already, if they could add that to their system. So maybe we'll be working with those school banks to do that. this is the last year of the LCAP. So we will have a brand new LCAP going forward, so we next year, final year. This will come to that. This is starting with the final.
So the information that we collected from the community, is that for this one or is that for going forward?
Odyssey, you want to answer that?
Yeah, so it's really supposed to be for this one, but it's also something that we
We'll
do.
use it.
Yes,
And
when you
we'll
think.
do that again.
Yeah, so that's the thought there, and so the desired outcomes and our goals. For this LCAP, are for this coming year, so. So we'll use that feedback, you know, for this LCAP as well as we'll use the next year. You know, the survey and. Sorry about the sound, we figured it out, let's take credit to the music room and one member to me, I'm not sure why. So, I apologize. Well, yeah, somehow it got connected, it got hooked up to the speaker in there, which I didn't even know was possible. So I ran around and I heard it very clearly from out of there, and so I apologize.
That's for fixing it.
Like, thank you for.
Okay, would anyone like to make a motion to approve that? First. Just information. Thank you. And are there any public statements related to non-agenda items?
No, there's not.
Okay. And are there any? All right, wow.
I'll say.
All right. All in favor? Whew.